Right. So I'm gonna grab like roughly, what should I grab, like 200 of each again? 200 takes a while, so I guess we'll take an extra stack of raiders. Let's take 300 just to be sure. We're making 400 power lines. Let's take 400. That's way too many though. I'm not gonna place 400 raiders manually. No way. Alright, we've got enough explosive power to truly make a difference in this world. Right, so let's grab 8800. That's enough for half an inventory plus the 4 slots. And I guess we'll grab another 4000. Yeah, we're gonna not be saving on rockets this time. No way. Right, is everything visible at night, which needs to be visible? I think so. We put a radar down here as well. Landfill is being filled up. We've got 4000 already, so that's gonna be okay. Oh, thanks, Juiced, for the 3rd month subscription. Thanks a lot, man. How many accumulators would a radar need to keep running at night? I think you need something like 7 solar panels and I think you need 8 solar panels and 7 accumulators, something like that. I never bother though. So this would be enough for full power during the day, but for during the night you need this plus 7 accumulators, which is way too much resources to just reveal a little bit of the map. I mean, who cares that you cannot see at night far away? I don't need to know what's going on at night when these biters go to bed. That's not my business. Right. It is biter exploding time, I would say. Biter exploding time. The first level is already almost finished. I guess the labs have eaten through, yeah, most of the buffer. They're still all active though. Right, where am I gonna start? I guess let's start over here actually. And we can plop these raiders as far out as we possibly can. Because we are missing a raider over here. Okay, so we'll switch on that nice chunky chunks mod again, so we can see the chunk borders. Instead of having to press pause every time. So we can properly align the raiders. Here we come. On the cinematic screen TV. That's us right there. Alright. Radar. I have a radar bar over here. Oh, we could have placed this one actually. This is exactly in the right chunk. So if I was smart, I already could have known what was beyond here. This could have been scanned already. Oh well. Alright, since we're not going to have this in the optimal location anyway, I guess we'll just plop that down over here. And one more down here is not yet revealed. Yeah, it should have placed those a while ago already. In the initial loop. I kind of forgot about that. Okay, is my stream again crapping out? Okay, stream has disconnected, attempted to reconnect. Did I throw everybody out? Apparently I did, because there's no way I have over 400 viewers. So everybody is being counted double again. I guess there is like this giant solar storm hitting our atmosphere all the time, so perhaps that has something to do with it. Let's just blame it on the solar storm. I guess we'll place like another one maybe here. And then we'll follow the proper grid. Looks like this is the uninterrupted line. So we'll just go out from here. And then just start placing radars, I guess down this side a little bit. Until we can go behind the lake as well. Yeah, alright, this will do. Alright, it is time for battle. Let's gear up for battle. No more roboports, just a bunch of laser defenses. Yeah, we are fully charged. We could go like overboard with the laser defenses. We have 3 legs at the moment or 5. We're going to be walking a lot. So let's start off with 5, but probably we'll switch to 3 after a while. We'll do the first big nests like at normal speed, but then I'm going to speed it up a bit. So we don't have to sit around so long to take out all the biters and stuff. But yeah, let's this is all medium worms. I don't even need rockets here, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. Oh no. Don't kill my bots. I forgot to disable the roboport. Somehow no bot died. Alright. So, upgrade your weaponry. That is the message. This nest, which we previously avoided due to not being strong enough even with rockets, now we just simply can plow through without any problem. I guess I should do one of these. Evolution. Time 2%. Pollution 17. Spawner kills 81. I kinda messed it up in the starter settings. So that is why this is so high. It's gonna get even higher, but this is like the benchmark at this point. It is default settings, so time is a non-issue. Only spawner kills is not set to something default. Alright. Let's zap through one more nest, this time with rockets. We should have okay, explosion damage 1 indeed is now taking out the center nest at once. But the surrounding nest, not so much yet. So the goal is to have all of those nests explode as well. You can see the difference, how many nests are in the explosion range of one rocket. It was a bad example. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a bunch of worms as well. But yeah, you can like kill like 8 nests, like let's say you can kill like 4 to 6 nests with a single rocket. We can do this trick where we repair the Spidertron at double speed by helping the bot. Alright, I guess this was the proper radar line. All of these are in the correct chunks. Hopefully we're not gonna get that screen tearing again when we are about to reveal a whole bunch of new chunks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can also see it on the overlay, the blue overlay on the minimap. This is where we should be. And here we go with the radar loop number, I don't know how many, but it's a lot. Alright, this is the part we are going to use that speed up function for. Okay, we kind of have a nest a little bit in the way. Alright, so now we have to be careful not to miss any expansions as well. Nice sound from the from the minimap. Right, let's get the last of my coffee in there. While I do the mouse over on something so you cannot see the screen. Weird map generation that's semicircle, like something like this. It kind of happens when you set the water scaling to be larger than normal. So a normal map, 100% scaling. We've got 400% scaling, which means everything is all the water is 4 times further away, but also 4 times bigger, or 16 times bigger, because 4 times the height, 4 times the width. So we have a lot of land, but also giant lakes, and this feature, which normally would be like 1/4 the size, like so, now stands out quite a bit like that, because it's just the scaling that goes up, not the fractalization. How to call it? The fractalization of the coastline does not it's not taken into account. It's just everything gets expanded. All right. Let's see if we can place some radars without too much interruption. There already is an interruption. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a lot of work taking out all these biters. But hey, the request was a 10,000 signs per minute map with biters, so here we are. Taking out biters. What else did you expect? Can't blame me. Alright, that is not everything. I see a red dot over here. Zap. Red dot, it's gone. Let's check out if we happen to see a rocket launch. With my luck, I think so. No, unfortunately. 5 rockets have already been launched. We have only caught the first one on camera. But yeah, now that we are researching infinite technologies, let's check the science count for the last hour or so. We have not been researching for an hour, so we cannot really do that. Okay, this was when we had labs stored, or science stored up on the belt, 100 science per minute. Now we're dropping to 63, like the rate that we are producing at. So yeah, I guess once we research a little bit more, we should see a 1 hour and eventually a flat 10-hour line as well. We are using military science at the moment instead of purple science because we are researching a military infinite upgrade. So we're using more coal but less steel at the moment. Let's check the power situation. Everything looks right actually. Looks under control. Did I leave enough? Yeah, I still should automate. I should put that on the list. Automate nuclear fuel. That's going to be important because I only made like a couple handfuls. It's also going to be important for the tileable nuclear reactor, obviously. Right, for now though, let's try to get a move on yet again. Seem to be quite bad at getting a move on. 100 behemoth worms have been killed. Alright, that is good. This is misaligned. This one is misaligned as well. This one is double misaligned. Alright, so yeah, I placed this one like 2 chunks back because this is the correct chunk. Obviously we cannot place a radar right here, so... But now we can. Now we are almighty. The radar grid is, yeah, to catch expansions, also to just generate or to for resource to get to know where all the resources are, because we're not just gonna need like some copper, we're just gonna need like specific amounts of copper. Like let's say we need 20 belts of copper, then we just look for a patch which has, or let's say 20. We want like 60 belts of copper for low density structures or something for 10,000 signs per minute. Then we need a cluster of copper patches close together and not like one over here, one over here, one over there. So we want to know, we want to get to know like a lot of land so that we can better decide where to put our 10,000 signs per minute builds. We want to build them in the as optimal locations as possible. Alright. Finally we are fixing that annoying radar grid with the radars which were not in place. This looks to be the last radar which we can actually place in the correct chunk. After that we... oh, hello, Zespa. We are running straight through an expansion here. Thanks for the raid with 61 people. That's a lot of people. So let me quickly go over what we are doing here. This is going to be 10,000 signs per minute. Eventually, this is the 5th stream, and the first 4 streams we made this thing. The self-balancing starter base, which self-balanced very well in the early game. And now we have fully built it out. It is producing 60 signs per minute, or 63. Due to the exact rounding of the modules and speeds and whatnot, it is 63 signs per minute. Alright, we're getting milestones by the dozens right now. 10 nuclear reactors have been created. Right, so we built this thing, 63 signs per minute. At the moment, we have a list of what to do. We're gonna get to 1000 signs per minute base first. But for that we need area which can produce Mark III modules. We need blue belts a lot. We need to make a proper bot mall because we basically handcrafted and hand-fed our way to the rocket. Because who needs a mall that early in the game? Before we can do that we need more power. So we are going to make a tileable nuclear power plant on the water, which needs a bunch of landfill. Right now we are at the stage where we are increasing the radar grid and take out a lot of biters. So we can get to see more land as biters are on, and we are going to generate a lot more pollution. And also biter expansions are very annoying, so we want to keep that at bay for a long time. The place for the tileable nuclear plant is gonna be here. So we need a large chunk of landfill in the water, so we can place all the offshore pumps on both sides in a neat line. That helps a lot with fluid mechanics and whatnot, and also you don't need to manually hook up hundreds of water pipes. So that is the location we set our eyes on. We need to explore the backside of this giant lake over here to see what is going on in this black area before we can do this. We just automated landfill over here. So this is just a stone mine making landfill. We've got like not too much landfill just yet. 10,000 landfill at the moment, so it's probably enough to get started, but not enough to actually fill in any of these gigantic lakes. Alright, for now though, we are on a biter hunt, and that's what we're going to be doing for, I don't know, 2 hours I guess. Wow, these behemoth worms really do slow us down. We can speed up those 2 hours a bit by increasing the speed of the game itself. So the biters are faster, but we are also faster. Production is faster, UPS is faster, and my system is getting strained a lot faster. I think there was one nest which penetrated pretty far inside. So this is dangerous. So 1 or 2 more steps and they can penetrate. They are gonna get right into our pollution cloud, and our base is undefended. We are relying on taking out biters and keeping them out of the pollution cloud in order to deal with them. Alright, let's take out these giant nests here as well, which we previously were scared of, but now no longer. Now it's just as simple as this. And once this technology completes, it's going to be even simpler. 100 behemoth spitters have been killed as well. The stream is not faster. Alright. Your stream quality is good, this program says without a care in the world. Even though it's uploading at like half the speed. Alright, I'm just gonna move this around a bit. Seem to be back up to normal at the moment. I would like to blame the coronal mass ejections. Finally got some space exploration in real life. But I think is really on my end. Mostly. Alright. So zappity zap, zappity zap. I guess we are gonna let's first get the radar set up past here, and then we can just take out the entire visible area and then radar up some more. But this is gonna take a while. I do want to get the nuclear reactor, the tileable nuclear reactor set up this stream still though. So we're not going to be infinitely taking out biters. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, looks like the... Okay, now it's gone again. Okay, now it's back again. Looks like... Are we going to have this for a... Alright, it looks like it didn't actually drop though. Yeah, I need to build some umbrellas. That's a good plan. Would it help if I just draw up a stone wall picture of an umbrella? Let's try that. A concrete umbrella, that should help against coronal mass ejections. Oh god, now I need to showcase my drawing skills. They are not non-existent really. Alright. This should help against the coronal mass ejections which dropping my stream all the time. Unfortunately the bots are not gonna build it because I don't have construction bots in my base. So yeah, there's that. But like this is like an imaginary umbrella. An ethereal umbrella. Alright. Stream is looking okay. I know what is wrong, I think. Oh. Dang it, I forgot to set it back. I can probably not change that during the stream. Can I change it during the stream? Okay, so what happened is I recorded offline, and apparently recording offline also uses the quality of the stream. So I doubled the quality of the stream to 12 megabytes a second, or 12 megabit a second, one of those two. But I forgot to put it back, and now I'm trying to upload at speeds which are probably not that sustainable. So I guess it really should not be that big of a problem. Ah, okay, no, it's automatically doing the bitrate thing. Alright, so we should be good. It's automatically changing the bitrate dynamically. So it's gonna range from acceptable quality to poop smear, basically. But even acceptable quality is going to look like a smear if stuff like this is going on all the time. Holy moly, I'm getting wrecked fast, dude. Alright. Looks like I need to be a little careful about what I'm doing. I'm just running in without really using much of a strategy, so I kinda went down quite fast instantly. Oh, that's why the stream was sharper today, okay. I need to connect the umbrella to 500 megawatts though. Man, we gotta get a tileable nuclear reactor up then, because I've got only 480 here, and most of it is being used for the base. Yeah, okay. Where's my line of raiders? Okay, this is the correct... Yeah, it's the correct line. Okay, that's good. Then we go down like 7... No, 6. It is this chunk. Okay, we'll just put it right on the edge here then. It exactly fits in this chunk, so I shouldn't complain too hard. Alright, let's go back to normal speed in that case, so I can actually be a bit more careful with these giant big worm nests. And we'll just circle around the outside for a bit, before we just wander straight in like a maniac. That should leave us with a lot more hit points and a lot less risk of getting absolutely annihilated. Alright, I think now we're good. Let me know if the sound of the combat and the biters is too loud, because I will lower the volume in that case. Because we're gonna be doing this for a little while. Stream unsynced. I was teleported in the middle of a nest. I hope I won't I hope Factorio the game won't desync, because that could be disastrous. Okay, somebody destroyed my raider already. Ah no, I just didn't build it. Alright, never mind. Blaming the biters again. Without fact checking. That was my own fault again, obviously. Alright. Can we now get some progress done in this raider scanning, biter blowing? It is where the 5 legs in the spider's inventory grid come in. The biters just simply cannot keep up. And if I don't want to, I don't need to get hit a lot. Alright, we gotta get those stray biters before they run to a random raider in my base. A bit too loud, yeah, I think I agree. Was that under game effects? Let's check that. Ah yeah. Okay, it's under game effects, so let's set that to, what is the default value? 90, let's go like 2/3, 60? Maybe like half, 45. If 45 from 90 to 45 just means minus 3 decibels, then that's probably good. Let's blow up a tree. Alright, is that too soft? Let's check it out on a nest and we can decide. How is that volume? Can I speak while blowing up biters? I agree, if you just blow up biters for a bit, you can make it epically loud, but if you're gonna be doing it for like an hour or two, then you should probably keep in mind a bit the sanity. Alright, we're getting to that technology where we can blow up nests with a single rocket. The explosion blast will take out nests in a single shot after this technology completes. 4,000 infinite military signs to go. I'd like to hear Mike as well, but there's going to be a limit to the amount of interesting things I can come up with to say in this stage of the game, unfortunately. Yeah, still can just have the nice cozy atmosphere of this cozy playthrough. Okay, my armor ran out of power mid-fight. It is good we are not fighting a big biter nest at this point. So I guess we are gonna go in speed up mode. My personal laser defenses are keeping up just fine on a single fusion reactor, so we don't need to worry about that. Now let's just charge this bad boy up again. And I guess we'll just speed up the game a bit again. Okay, here we are getting into the unexplored territory we were aiming for. So that's good. I guess we should be on the correct line of radars. Let's just check. With a big swoop over the lake and the void. Yeah, okay, we are in the correct chunk. I like to check that a couple times every now and then, because if you start misplacing those, it's not really a problem if you start misplacing those if you are not so OCD, but I have a severe problem with with that, everything, with aligning all the things nicely. Alright, that should eventually scan all of that stuff over here as well. Is it gonna be fast enough? Or I should have tried to manually explore a bit in there. Okay, a radar got destroyed. I kinda am a little bit busy to exactly look where it has gotten destroyed. Alright, so now you can see this nest basically survived with a couple hit points. Until I personal laser defense did to that. But the point was the nest survived. Let me just do one pass over here. Alright, if we now look, you see this nest has a hit bar. We're already out in Behemoth worms here, holy moly. Oh, that is why I got wrecked so fast. But we can see these nests all have like hit bars over here. After this technology, whenever a nest wants to have this hit bar, it's not gonna have it. It's gonna be destroyed. That is why we're researching that technology. So all of these nests, look, that is a pretty large amount of nests which still have survived. Man explains himself to death will be in the newspapers tomorrow. Just like 2 iron gears and 2 electronic circuits worth of repair pack to repair this entire Spidertron from almost dead to... Oh yeah, these behemoth worms are quite scary. The thing is that the higher tier worm, the more strong the slowdown effect is. And then you get again locked in place, and especially since we are now only rocking 3 legs in the armor instead of 5 to charge up our battery again. It's quite dangerous to take on these giant nests here. I thought behemoth worms would be still a little bit farther out, to be totally honest. Right, we'll make one more line of radars. That means that these radars don't need to scan terrain on this side so much. And we can scan this terrain a lot faster. Yeah, we've got like plenty of behemoth worms here everywhere. And the nests are extremely large as well. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid by playing default settings and stuff. But yeah, I kinda messed it up. I'm not gonna go into that again. It has been done. Not gonna restart 23 hours in the game. Alright, no red dots on the maps means biters are gone. Alright, it needs to be there. We cannot place it there, so I guess we'll just place it here. We are still playing at faster speed, so I guess that's alright. My explaining. When you explain yourself to death, then you have Mike explained something. Alright, I'm getting a move on, finally. As long as there are not too many biters in the way, it's quite easy to get this task done quickly. It only starts to struggle once there are too many biters in the way. Right, giant nest, no small nest. Perhaps it's a giant nest, perhaps it's just the tip of the iceberg peeking out from the void. So let's not unnecessarily destroy those guys. I think we are far enough out if we are in behemoth worm territory already. Right, now it's going a lot faster though. We haven't encountered as many biter nests, and there are no expansions here. Or at least not so many. That is an expansion without nests. Here we're back into only big worms, so this should be a lot safer. Okay, let's zap all of these to death. I guess we can still use the trees for pollution later on. Because now we have sort of an efficiency module base still, but it's not gonna stay that way. The 1000 signs per minute builds and the 10,000 signs per minute builds are all gonna be maximum speed beacon, productivity module, the usual shenanigans. Thanks, Matja. I'm so glad you are a moderator. Always helping me out. Okay, can I put that over here? If I put it like really far away, like so. I hope they don't trigger on that. Let's just quickly go away so they become inactive. My explaining. Don't tell that to my wife, or I will never hear the end of it. I also have that problem where I do way too much explaining and not enough and oh, that's bad. Alright, tons of resources in this little area over here. Alright, so that's a decent distance away from the pollution cloud thingy. Yeah, this is gonna get scanned. Here already is some peninsula. This is probably gonna be mostly water, but there can always be those tiny islands. We gotta make sure the landfill border does not intersect one of those islands through the middle. That is why... So there it is already. We've got those... It's good that we checked that then. That could have been bad. Alright. I think that is probably far enough. We can always explore manually without actually placing radars as well. I mean, it is legal to explore without placing radars. Okay, now we're just gonna take out everything from the visible area. At the moment you cannot see the visible area because it's night. But everywhere where these small blue blobs are is the visible area, theoretically. Alright, I think we should technically, let's quickly go back to the base. Okay, spider battery is full. So we can change out its legs again to have some extra speed. We can alternate. This is I think double the amount of resources for most patches. And maximum richness and maximum size. The reason for that is 10,000 signs per minute is going to be UPS limited. So updates per second, the game is just gonna run slower, probably at like half speed. So we basically are minimizing the size of our base with the maximum richness. We don't need to build as many different mining locations, we don't need to transport as much different stuff if we use that. So that is the reason behind increased resource settings. Okay, I have 500 bots here. We're gonna put those in here. And they are gonna build the umbrella for us. Alright, umbrella is getting built and then the stream should be good all the time. Thank you bots. Very nice. That will help. We need to power it. So let's power it. We just put a power line right next to it. And I guess we connect it to here. I guess we'll just use a big substation or two. Alright. Oh, I have automated lights, so... That should keep us safe, right? Alright. Umbrella of safety is added added to the list of characters. I hope not. It's not gonna make its return in other playthroughs, this one, I don't think. Alright, another biter expansion is happening as we speak, and this one is actually pretty dangerously close. So yeah, it's time to start taking out all of the biters in the visible area right now. We can correct the radar grid where we have been forced to place radars off their ideal tile by taking out those biter bases. And then we can also explore these areas a bit more. How is the nuclear reactor doing? 8 nuclear reactors have been made. This is actually a lot slower than I expected. Probably because this is a normal inserter instead of a fast inserter. Don't tell me I set this inserter stack size to 1. Okay, it is set to 1. That is why it's so slow. Okay, never mind. It can be so slow, we have plenty of work to do. At least it's not an excessive resource drain on our base, if the inserter stack size is set to 1. But yeah, 2000 insertions for each nuclear reactor, and it needs to do 20 of them, so that's 40,000 movements of the inserter. That is why it's taking so long. Stream officially jinxed. Now I'm paranoid. Stream quality is good. At the moment, at least. Alright, let's do some more exploding. 1000 spitter spawners and 1000 biter spawners. That is a pretty decent confirmation that the chance of a biter and a spitter spawner are equal at 50%, I would say. I mean, exactly for this stream, where we have all the cool milestones, my milestones window is jinxed. Let's look at it anyway. So I'm especially playing in this crappy resolution with the black bars on the side, so that all of these would line up nicely. But apparently I should also play on the maximum screen resolution for this to scale correctly, so that it's all on one line. So yeah, too bad. Can I just change that midstream? Let's save. I did build the umbrella of safety, so this should go well. Just give me 1 sec. This is probably not a great idea, but we're doing it anyway. Alright, now Factorio is a small square in the corner. Does it pop back? Not really. How about if I... No. Alright, that's not working. This is probably not great. This one is doing the job though. Though it does stretches out the game a little bit. So if I now do this... Ah, what a beautiful milestone screen. That is what I all did it for. Yeah, this stretched out a bit. Tell me, does this look beyond ugly? Because then I'll just change back to the old resolution. I guess this window is not that important. Okay, we've got 1000 spawner kills of both types at roughly 2 seconds apart, so that's good. We got 100 Behemoth worm kills, 100 Behemoth spitters and Behemoth biter kills. We'll probably go into 1k of those as well. Fish Eye Factorio. Alright, get your votes in now, because if you think it's cursed but don't speak out, I'm probably gonna keep it. Let's just walk around for a bit. Take out all these expansions. We can speed up again. Let's speed up. Speed it all up. So far I've only like 1 vote for fine and 1 vote which I'm too old for to understand. It's fine, alright. Okay, let's go with the widescreen experience then. No behemoths here, let's quickly take out as much as we can. This nest generated all its biters before evolution was 90%. I still got annihilated by all those big worms, I guess. I'm theoretically should not be too old to understand Pokemon stuff. I just never got into that, into Pokemon. I always watched Dragon Ball Z instead. I was one of the Dragon Ball Z gang. Okay, I'm gonna die with my spider here. I probably should be a bit more careful again. I'm just... Hey, what the heck? Why is this happening? Okay, no, this is not working for me. I cannot click this button. My screen starts to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Alright. What? Yeah, okay, I should not have changed my resolution midstream. That was not like I predicted. Not a great idea. Let's go back to normal. Right, then you got the choice between normal with black borders or widescreen stretched out a little bit. Okay, now I can click the button again. That was why I went into battle with like 1/3 of my hit bar. White look better. Alright, let's keep white look then. I guess I should also move the chat then a little bit. Ah wait, dang it, I don't have all the stuff like the chat box set up for the not widescreen variant. Alright, so okay, I'll keep this one then, because is the stream dead again or what? Why is the counter at 0? Man. Troubleshooting the stream. Okay, we're gonna keep it like this then, because the chat box and everything is set up to be displayed on here. Or I won't get all the notifications either if somebody subscribes and that stuff. I don't want to miss it. I'm already bad enough at all that stuff. Right. First thing we were gonna do, I said, was correct the radar grid and take out everything inside of our borders. Because if I just keep doing this unorganized as I have been doing right now, the biters will expand into my pollution cloud on the other side of where I'm working. So let's try to do it a little bit more systematically. I've been trying to do things systematically since 1967, but unfortunately I still have not succeeded. Alright, that one is properly aligned. Right here, everything is properly aligned as well. I guess I just technically could display like fast speed, double speed, and I'll just do the automation clicking things wherever we can. I guess the big nest we will have to take out ourselves. This radar is destroyed, so that one we need to fix as well. Okay, let's just look at 4 times game speed. Zippity zippity zip zip. Pew pew pew. Yeah, we are in no risk of dying from expansions. Expansions simply don't grow large enough, no matter the settings you choose for it. Alright. This nest will approach a bit more careful again. Let's try to actually avoid some of those projectiles this time. Looks like I'm doing a good job. No hit bar of Spidertron is visible yet, which means they haven't gotten a single hit in. That's nice. Okay, so if I try, at least I can still get it done. Alright, now we just need to zap out to this area. Okay, the southern line is completely clean. So that's nice. This is slowly getting filled in with the... I probably should have just put some extra solar panels down there so that area got scanned a bit faster, since I'm relying on it for the next step. So this is how long 7,000 space signs, 7,000 infinite signs is going to take. Alright, that is good enough. We need to move this radar out to over here. Zip. Alright. Is that correct? I think it should be one chunk further even. Alright, it's starting to look perfect as it should have been from the start. Okay, we've got a long way to travel up now. The next guys are those. Let's zap over there. 8 times speed. I'm stuck at the water border. You can do it, spider. I was stuck at a water border at 8 times speed, so that is not ideal. Zip. Okay, we're here. We're gonna run out of juice again mid-battle, I think, so let's just go in anyway. Anyway, I saved recently, right? No? What's the worst that could happen? Alright. This one is now 2 residing in the correct space, and then we only have 1 more over here to take care of. Oh, this is a pretty large base. Okay, I'm going to make sure I don't completely run out of juice mid-battle. That's probably going to be pretty hard, especially because there's also that water border around there, so I cannot do the usual circle, strafe and win movement. Now we've got to do the horseshoe maneuver. Let's wave the magic mouse cursor over the biter bases for maximum explosion damage spread. The horseshoe maneuver kinda sucks because all of the biters which usually are following you. Alright, I think we gotten away pretty decently here. The big worms are annoying in terms of slowdown, but it's the behemoth worms which really do the damage. And then you can start to get in trouble even with Spidertron. Alright. I guess I'll just walk here and do it myself. Right, where is that radar station? It's over here. Any more biters down here? Looks like no, just these guys. And then we just take out these large nests over here. Let's do another evolution check. 1% time. We've gotten down from 2 to 1% time. Pollution down to 10 from 17, I think. I don't really remember. I think it was 17. Or was it 12? No, I think it was 17. And spawner kills up to 89% now. Nukes too expensive, nukes too dangerous, especially from a spider. Nukes would be great if they had like a minimum range. Like that you could not shoot a nuke at point blank and basically explode yourself into a giant blast of oblivionness. Oblivionness is now a word. A lot of things are a word in my streams, which probably are not really a word. Alright, that's the last of the raiders. Now have a nice square on the outside border. Let's take out the few remaining nests which are plaguing our beautiful visible area with red dots. Let's not count this giant red dot. It's gone. Alright, that was a fairly small nest with mostly medium worms, so no biggie there. Got another expansion. Sometimes expansions form with only worms. In this case not, but it can happen. That's a good thing, because that doesn't form a basis for new expansions. But as soon as a single nest is in there, then it doesn't matter. If a single nest is in there, it forms a basis for expansions all around it, no matter how many nests no matter how many biter bases the nest consists of. Yeah, I'm going to switch back to the 5-leg setup again. It really is a lot more zippy. Still a lot of small biters and spitters in this nest. Now the green guys start coming out. So yeah, all the nests which were pre-generated before 90% evolution occur have no green biters roaming around the nest by default. So we can use that fact, but soon all of the nests are going to have those behemoth biters around. Right, we've got the we can call this like we've got the entire area clear of biters. I guess now we can start branching out with raiders again. I'm just quickly going to go here. Just gonna go set up a intervention, a raider intervention. I feel the productivity of those raiders has not been up to par, and we need to do an intervention. Yeah, the missile turrets are gonna come to Factorio, I think. I think they are gonna come only to the expansion, the rocket turrets, but that's nice that we've got a different kind of damage to automate. Alright, so let's just do one of these squares. I guess we'll use medium power lines here. Alright. Alright, so what this is gonna do is basically it's gonna speed up the generation of these chunks over here. It's gonna be pretty fast discovered now, I imagine, with these fully powered raiders. Actually, it's becoming night, so I cannot showcase that really. Okay, we've got the sector scanning progress almost complete, so we should see a couple chunks pop up now. Okay, there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so this is gonna help in revealing all this land over here. Should have popped a couple more solar panels around these specific raiders down there. You can come pick this back up later, but for now this is gonna do us good. Alright, where's the pollution cloud? In the north it's not so bad. I think we're just first gonna go to the south. And I guess we can do this long trip with the recharging, and I'll just speed up the game a bit. Stronger Explosives is about to complete, which means we're finally going to get to the stage where we insta-kill all the biter nests. I was kind of scared that it would take way longer, but it's going to be very useful still, especially now we start to encounter all the very large nests far away from spawn. Let's actually take a look at the rocket silo. 9 rockets launched so far. And the labs are going at full speed. Let's check if we can... Okay, let's actually queue up another technology. I guess laser damage is not going to do that much. 70% personal laser damage. It's actually more than the first 6 levels, no? I know, it's also 70%. It's 70% per level. I guess we'll just queue up like 3 levels of that as well. I think we'll just get all the damage upgrades up to level 9 that will look nice eventually. Alright, so I want to check the 1 hour science graph. We should have been researching for 1 hour now. Right, and indeed we can see 63 science per minute of production over the last hour. 63-ish from space science. Space science is just too irregular still to show up perfect on this time scale. You need like 10 or 50 hours before you get an accurate reading on space science, but from all the other science packs you can see a very regular graph. Science consumption is the same because basically we are consuming all the science we are producing. So this is a very nice looking graph, exactly as it should be. Right, that means the starter base is a success. We didn't really properly stress test it yet with purple science, I guess. Now we're using military science instead of purple science. And the fact that these are just switching place all the time, which one is produced the most, is a sign that they are actually being produced in exactly the same quantity. If this one would be like 3710 and this one would be 3720, they would stay in order, but the fact that they are flashing around in different locations means production of these is exactly equal and exactly as we intended it to be. Alright, so that's good news. I think spider battery is already almost full after all that talking, so let's step into the unknown on this side of the land. What is the proper chunk? Is that this one? Yeah, we are standing in the right chunk. Okay, a bit overkill. We're just looking for this guy. Alright, it should be this chunk, but we cannot reach there, so we just go over here. I think we'll just do 2 lines at the same time, but let's go back to this line first, because the bottom raider is misaligned. I'm not gonna place small patches of landfill just for that, because landfill is also one of those things which you cannot deconstruct. Okay, this naturally spawned nest had bad luck trying to spawn in the middle of this giant forest. Almost nothing of the nest got spawned. And it's pretty big actually, apparently. All of that is technically part of the nest. Alright, so we need to align this into this chunk over here. It's a bit hard to see in the forest. Okay, that should be good though. Alright, let's speed up again. Now we are discovering expansions actually. That guy was not on the map when I checked. So we may be discovering more expansions in unexpected locations. Like here, there could be expansions everywhere really. Like there. You see, it's not on the map even. It is out of the map. It will just pop on the map as soon as I walk left in this chunk here. Pop, and there it is. Alright. Getting a move on. Okay, I should check out that explosion damage thing on the next nest, actually, since we completed that technology. This is just worms, so there it won't really help. 63 SPM is far from 1000 SPM. That's true, but you cannot build a 10,000 SPM base from starting with a couple burner miners and then jumping directly to 10,000 SPM. You gotta do it in steps. And the first step was the 63 signs per minute starter base. That gets us into the first few levels of the infinite technologies, which we can then use to build a 1000 signs per minute base, which can get us deep into the required mining productivity levels you need for 10,000 signs per minute and stuff. And after that we're gonna go, at some point we'll switch the 1000 signs per minute base over to just produce modules, because we're gonna need a whole lot of modules for the 10,000 signs per minute base. And since the 1000 signs per minute base will be producing lots and lots of green, red and blue chips, we can repurpose that to make extra modules. All the extra modules we need for the 10,000 signs per minute base. Because a simple, even if you make a dedicated build for modules, which makes like 4 modules per minute or so, which is actually quite sizable already, that still won't get us near the amount of modules we need for 10,000 signs per minute. I know, I can feel the biter nests melting away a lot easier. I need to find a sufficiently big nest and then we can really test the difference. So perhaps this nest down below here. Let's go back to runtime speed. I'll just try to launch a single rocket. Alright, that had nothing in its range. Alright, you see a single rocket and like 5 nests die. So that is why we researched that 4th level upgrade. Okay, I think I'm going to be shooting a bit more rockets though. That should wipe out the entire field basically. And there's no more nests now. So we can just do this. And that's already enough to wipe out all the nests where we walk. There's really quite a difference. So yeah, 3 levels of infinite explosion upgrades to achieve the insta-killing explosive rockets. And that really is the very next power spike for Mr. Spidertron over here. Alright, all the nests already have melted away. Now it's just a matter of cleanup. That is really a big difference to what we were doing before, where we basically had to carefully get in there. Biters kept on spawning, so now we're basically eliminating all the biters spawning. I cannot believe I still didn't kill a single bot this trip. I still have 200 bots. 158.73 copy paste of the starter base. No. Alright, all bases gone in a single swipe. So that is really how effective this upgrade is. Just thought I'd mention that because I never see that really displayed. It's really one of the most useful late game upgrades if you plan on doing a lot of battle with the spider. And I guess I should be taking out all the biter bases which we discover as well, to keep the area as clean as possible. 10,000 space science packs have been created now. That is another milestone. Annoyingly, which doesn't show up nicely on my milestones list over here. Alright, category 1 complete, 1 science pack of each, 1k science pack of each complete, and now we've got 10k of each complete. How long will it take to make 100k though? And 1 million and 10 million. That is still quite a ways away. If we spend 23 hours getting to 10k, at this pace we would need 23,000 hours to get to 10 million. That is how scaling works, I guess. Alright. Man, this upgrade is working awesome. I'll stop raving about how awesome this upgrade is now and resume to normal Factorio. It took 19 hours to do something you hope to do every minute, yeah. I think though it's not that bad. I think the total length of this playthrough will somewhere between 300 and 500 hours, I hope. I really sincerely hope I'm not off by an order of magnitude on that estimation. I think I can get it down in roughly that time. Because it's a Factorio, right? It's things are just gonna spiral out of control. Like they are gonna spiral up exponentially, or however you should say that. Alright, we're getting the first laser damage upgrade as well. At the moment we are doing plus 230 damage. If we mouse over on a personal laser defense over here. Okay, now it's 30 plus 90. I missed what it was before. But basically we're getting 70% per level. Where is it again? I can't find it. Now it's 300%. It was 230. With level 8 is going to get another 70% on the base damage. The base damage of the personal laser defense is 30. So that means every 70% upgrade adds 21 damage on there. So yeah, we were doing 30 plus 69. Now I remember. Nice. 30 plus nice laser damage. Now we're doing 120 in total instead of 99. So that's like a 20% net upgrade. So we're gonna have diminishing returns, but still 120 damage is pretty good. And if we do 2 more, we'll be doing like 160 damage. So 160 damage is enough to... Should probably like optimize that number as well. What is a big biter? 375. So we need like roughly 200 damage to 2-shot and big biter. Do we need to optimize that hard? If we go over 200 damage, we can 1-shot big spitters. None of the biters have laser resistance though, so we can really just take those raw numbers and trust those. I think though that is gonna take too much science. It is like the cost is quickly spiraling out of control. Let's say I need 5 more levels, that's like 256,000 science. That is not gonna happen on a 60 science per minute base, never. So yeah, that is out of reach, I would say. This one costs 4,000, that already takes quite a while to research. Alright, so what is the next one gonna bring us? Where are we now? Now we are at 120. We're gonna get to 141. 120 is decent as well, I guess, but biters heal ever so slightly. So it's probably best to go over 120, just one level. Go over 150 with energy damage 9. Then we go up to 161. I guess 150 is a good benchmark as well. 161 is 320, is exactly not enough, right? Bleed. That's exactly not enough to two-shot big biters. Okay, so what level do we need? Are we gonna do the level 10 as well eventually then? And we'll get to 182. That's 364, that's also not enough, so okay, we need like level 11. That's a total of like 31,000, which is possible, but it's not really that much of a priority. I guess let's just... Again, we got rockets for the nest now, so that's not really a factor either. 350. So now we're doing 120, that's 3 shots. 140, still 3 shots. Doesn't even make sense. Okay, big biters are having 375, so that's 360 is 3 shots. So we're gonna be... 360 is, it's gonna be 4 shots now, but it's gonna be 3 shots after this upgrade. Yeah, I think maybe we'll just do 2 levels of that. Maybe it's time to start focusing on bot speed, mining productivity instead, I don't know. I think, yeah, let's get like 2 levels of mining productivity after this. And then we'll do some bot speed likely. That will also stress test the base with purple signs a bit, instead of only going for the military signs. So let's do that. Yeah, 10 hours of research is not gonna be it's not gonna be worth it just to like spend one less laser shot on a big biter. It's not really something we should consider. It's not such a big deal as that rocket damage upgrade. That suddenly takes us from 2-shotting every nest to just 1-shotting a whole bunch of nests with a single rocket. And we can basically wipe an area like a nuke, basically. like a fragmented nuclear missile. Yeah, basically this is now like a fragmented nuclear missile, which does not hurt ourselves, which we ourselves are immune to. So, at this point, better than nukes, I would say. Right, another giant nest here. Let's do some more rocket sweeping. Alright, again, not a single nest is left standing after the first swoop. So that is exactly what we were looking for. Okay, let's use a little bit more rockets to blow up the neighbors. Okay, a single nest is left standing. I lied again. But this time they're either left standing with... Again, I've run out of juice. My legs are not working. So yeah, that was kind of dangerous. Maybe I should just stick to 3 of these. Because I don't pay enough attention to... I'm not really paying enough attention to my battery level. Now that I'm streaming instead of recording offline. Yeah, the 1K base we're definitely going to be building with beacons and modules as well. But we're gonna set up a special Mark III module production area for that. We're gonna produce some in our base as well, but we're also gonna set up a specific outpost which produces nothing but Mark III modules all game long, basically. Oh, I lost my repair bot, apparently. Right, how is this looking? Yeah, looks like we just need the last few chunks. I'm not sure these can reach this far, though. Maybe this has to come from these guys. Yeah, man, really. Sniper rockets, these. Sniper explosive rockets. Sniping all the nests in one shot. That's such a big upgrade, man. Okay, where are you going? Don't... I just built that. Okay, I guess those guys are going to join this nest now. Right. Hop. Let's go a bit faster again. Alright. So I guess we're doing this corner still as well with 2 raiders, word of scanning, and I guess then it's time to work on the nuclear reactor. Looks like we're not gonna be pushing up evolution to 99.7% after all. Another blatant lie by past Mike. Evolution, progress of evolution really slows down incredibly by an incredible factor at the end game. So the formula is something like evolution, the normal progress of evolution is divided by however is left to go to 100% and then squared. It's probably easier to explain, like if evolution is 99%, progress is 10,000 times slower than when it is at 0%. And when it's at 99.9%, it is 1 million times slower. 1 million times slower. That is a lot times. Like 1 million is already too large to really properly imagine, I think. Like 1 million is like the difference between... I bet somebody can calculate this quickly, but it's probably the difference like between like a second and maybe like a couple years. That's the difference between 1 million and 1. How many seconds are in a year? Like a couple 100,000, right? From memory. Not sure. Game runs at the speed of pi. Actually, close. The game is running at 2 root 2. So basically I had to... You have to put in a factor, and I want to have the nice rounded game speeds. But from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 was too big of a step for me. So I set the factor to root 2 instead. So we can sort of have roughly 1.5 times game speed. Yeah, I guess this is just gonna be a lot of waving the mouse around. Eventually we're gonna get to like automatic biter base taking out, I think. Probably not really automatic though, but without our personal involvement. Alright, but the area is clearing up nicely. It's gonna take the biters like at least 10 hours to expand back to be a danger. Famous last words, watch them after 1.5 hours in my pollution cloud when I least expect it. Come in with a bunch of behemoths to take out everything. Oh, another nice net. We gotta take advantage of that by just running in like a maniac. Another nest without initial behemoth spawns, I mean. Alright, pretty sweet. How much of our rockets did we use so far? Oh, there goes the first bot. Famous last words. How did that bot not get back into my armor? 1 million... 1 million seconds or 11.5 days? No... No effing way, dude. No effing way. Wait. Am I really that far off? I'm gonna bring out the calculator. You cannot see it on screen, but I'm gonna test it. An hour, 3600 seconds, times 24 hours in the day, 84,000 seconds in a day, times a year, let's say times 365.24, let's do it exactly. 31 million seconds in a year. Huh, okay. Huh. Okay, I was pretty far off then. Like a factor 100 off. Did I really say a year has 300,000 seconds? That seems pretty stupid now that I see this calculation. Alright. Never mind. Of course you were right, I mean, you already checked this. Stuff like that always happens when you just try to do stuff from memory instead of like having a rough estimation. You don't even really need to calculate it. You can just say a minute has 60 seconds, 60 times 60, let's say 4,000. Okay, we overshot 4,000, so let's undershoot the hours in the day. 20 hours in a day times 4,000 seconds, roughly 80,000 seconds in a day. Let's round that to 100,000, but then there's only 300 days in the year. So that's like, yeah, 30 million seconds in 1 year, roughly. It's that easy. Make everything nice round numbers. If you undershoot one number, just overshoot the next one by roughly the same degree, and you'll end up with an answer at least in the right order of magnitude and not like off by a factor of 100. That stuff happens when you just don't think and just draw from your memory, which does not remember things correctly. I forgot a column of raiders on the left. Guess we'll just take out biters here first. Should speed up again. Let's play 2 Route 2. 2 Route 2 is a good speed. I like 2 Route 2 speed. This one we can probably place in the correct chunk over here. That's nice. 88% of statistics is made up on the spot. I'm pretty sure that's 100% correct, approximately. Let's see if we can take out dangerous nests at fast speed as well. Still remember from the Ultimate Death World challenge, you think you are perfectly safe and then it can all go wrong really fast instantly, so you should never feel too safe and too sure that everything is gonna go right in these combat situations. Alright, that's this entire square, I guess. I guess we'll have to place like a radar somewhere on this edge over here, just to light up the last little bit of land. Okay, we missed one worm over there, red dot on the map. Bye bye guy. Zip. Alright, that is starting to look like we can actually pollute a bit more. And this is the last little, let's actually check the expansion chunks just for fun. So this is where the biters can currently expand. They just have some over here, there's nests in the void. Here as well there's a nest in the void, so this is generated even though it's not visible. There's a nest over here in the void, so this is already generated but not visible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 3 to 4 chunks deep in the void is generated here. Here is at the moment nothing. This is the last little expansion, so this is a lot of expansion chunks which now we are just gonna take out. And it's gone. No more biter expansion in this area now. So it will take them a long time to expand all the way back. So yeah, you can see if we need to take out all the biters, we just gotta find some way to take out biters without generating new terrain. I'm not gonna do it with like spider controlled laser turrets this time, but spidertrons are gonna be involved to get all of that done. Okay, I guess we're just gonna try to at least put some radars in this area as well. To simulate this, we can scout out this lake a bit further. Perhaps we'll just manually walk around these 3 lakes just to see how far they go. How many years are in a year? No, rounded to the next order of magnitude, there are 0 years in a year. No, actually no, that's not true. There's 1 year in a year in that case. I think XKCD had a fun method for that, just rounding everything to the closest order of magnitude, just to get a ballpark figure. Then you can say things like, okay, my age is 10 years old, because if I round my age down, if I round my age to the nearest factor of 10, it's gonna be 10 years. Stuff like that. Okay, I should probably think a bit more. We just need to go out a bit here. This one we can actually place in the correct chunk, I think. Let us right. So we are out 1 more chunk here, so we are allowed to radar up as far as over here. That's gonna take forever to scan. That's okay. That's in the correct chunk as well. No, it's not, but it's close enough. Alright. We'll just plop down like 1 more over here. I want all the land to be visible at least. think this one we can probably plop down in the correct chunk again, with a little bit of luck. It's gonna be this chunk. So we have to cross. Astrophysics, yes. Astrophysics or chemistry. That's where it's usually done, I think. Rounding to the order of magnitude to just get a ballpark idea of what terms of numbers we are talking in. Alright, we'll have to wait and see. Until it's day again to see how those radars line up. Everything looks alright. Just want to all this land on our side of this water to be lit up, even though the radars are not in the perfect grid. As far as they can go in the grid, they'll go there. But we won't get super sad about the radars which are on the waterfront. Though it is annoying if it's just like one chunk away. There's a uranium patch on this tiny island over here. And you may think that's because I set resources to be richer and more frequent, but I actually set uranium to the absolute minimum, if I remember correct. I'm just gonna plop one radar on this edge over here as well, so we can scan more of the water. On this ear of the mountain. Yeah, the richness of the patches is set to maximum, so... Alright, that's all nicely lit up. One more site to go. Let's see if the 20 nuclear reactors are done. I'm out of power. Okay, let's go back to the base. Probably the 20 nuclear reactors are not done. Spent too much time walking around, doing nothing. How many fuel cells did we make in total? I think this happened last time too. There goes our science per minute graph over a 10-hour period. That's not gonna happen. I saved like how much time ago? Yeah, like over an hour ago for the last save. No autosaves. Okay. Power fail. It is how it is. So we're gonna again put some... I guess we're just gonna put an assembler here. Let me check. Fuel cell, how much did we produce in total by hand? 500 already, huh? Alright. Sad face. Well, at least my laser turrets at the walls are not failing. Since we don't have laser turrets at the walls. Okay, 50 of those will make another 500 fuel cells, so that doubles it. That means we need how many of those things? Like 19 stacks basically. 19 half stacks. Alright, and then 10 stacks of iron. I guess we gotta handcraft the first one. So we can power this thing back up. Okay, that's not gonna spring stuff back in action because water pumps. Yeah, so let's start up this whole nuclear power plant again with a single solar panel again. Here we go. It is back in action. Right, the pumps are pumping. So this should spike up anytime soon now. The whole base revived with a single solar panel. Yeah, I'm really being careless, man. Holy moly. Okay, so let's put an assembler down here. And we put a chest down here. Is this in the zone? It's in the zone. We put all of this and this in here. That's gonna make all the remaining fuel cells. I do not have efficiency modules on me, unfortunately. Of course, it's very important to have efficiency modules, the green modules for your green machine. One would say a smart person would by now have thrown productivity in there, but I just flat out refuse to do so. Are we still dead or what's going on? Okay, we're really slowly restarting the base. Apparently. It is gonna get restarted though. These pumps are just pumping too slow. Alright. It is nighttime though, so this is not gonna help either. Alright. I'll do it manually. Alright. And I'll place back the pumps. That's the annoyance of pumps. Probably should. Oh, I did just keep control Zing until everything was the same. Those things may have been wired up. No, they were not. Okay, they were not wired up, so that is good. Alternatively, maybe I could just do this to start it up like a little quicker. Alright, now these pumps are pumping properly. Yeah, the southern side is getting... Okay, we're good. We can leave this thing alone now and it won't take 6 hours to start up. Yeah, okay. Things are back to normal. This machine is making the fuel cells. Another 500 fuel cells should last us a bit. Alright, so for the 1000 science per minute base, we are still going to be relying on nuclear power. Because in the grand scheme of things, nuclear power is less efficient in terms of UPS than solar power. Because solar power is just like, no matter how many panels you place, it is just calculated like one giant panel which produces power. And same for accumulators, just one giant accumulator which gives off and recharges. So you cannot beat that with nuclear power, which uses a lot of fluid mechanics and heat mechanics to get the temperature and fluids across. But in the grand scheme of things, nuclear power is like a couple percent, like 2% maybe, of your entire UPS calculations compared to the rest of your base with all the inserters. Mostly inserters, and the rest of the assemblers and refineries and belts and trains and whatnot. Nuclear is worse than solar, but the effect on a base is like in the like low single digit percentages. As for the 10,000 science per minute base, every update per second is gonna count. So at that point we're gonna have switched from nuclear to solar. But for 1000 science per minute, nuclear is gonna be fine. It's not gonna bottleneck us in any way. That's also why we need to get rid of the biters. The biters probably have a bigger effect on UPS than what nuclear versus solar would save. So we need to get rid of the biters completely. Again, in some sort of dark magic kind of way. A little bit less dark magic than the Ultimate Death World challenge, but yeah, this one is a lot easier to pull off. We'll get to that once we get there. Alright, which is the chunk? This is the chunk. We just go up. We also do 2 chunks of exploration over here. I kinda want to take a break, but on the other side I want to have this exploration radar phase done, so that after the break I can start fresh on the actual nuclear reactor stuff. Yeah, a lot of time is being synced in taking out these biters over here. In general, nuclear power is very reliable. As long as you keep fuel cells supplied and your design is alright, it will never fail basically. I'm just not paying attention and letting it run out of fuel cells all the time. Just out of sheer stupidity basically. There's nothing... I cannot really flatter myself. Just sheer stupidity, not automating fuel cell delivery to the nuclear plant, even though I have the logistics bot set up for it, so yeah, what can I say? It is just dumb. Can we get over on those islands? I don't really think so. I don't think so. Let's just ignore that. We'll just go to the right. Purpose of placing this, yes, basically we are defending our base by not defending our base. We are defending our base by attacking the biters, keeping them out of the pollution cloud, so that they don't generate attacks basically, because only biters which are absorbing pollution will send attacks to your base. And as you can see, this is our pollution cloud, and this now is roughly our area which is free of biters. And we need to explore anyway to find resource locations, so we may as well just take out the biters while we are exploring and don't worry about tens of hours of setting up defenses, perfect wall patterns, dragon teeth designs if you must. We just ignore defense altogether, and we have been ignoring defense from the start of the game. Basically, to get started, we basically beeline the car, got gun turrets and grenade, took out all the biters which were only protected by small worms, and with that we cleared a large enough area to unlock this Spidertron. Basically, go through the entire game, unlock the spider with the help of the efficiency modules, which are very much underappreciated by most players. Efficiency modules are incredibly strong for what they are doing. So yeah, we got, just by attacking before we had a base, before we started the game, we did one attack, and then after we finished the game, basically with the we unlocked the spider, then we did our second attack. And yeah, we basically went from grenades and gun turrets to being OPSF in a single step. Just because it's possible, really. Alright, is the base back up? Let's check out if the base is back up. Okay, base is back up. Power is okay. I guess all the buffers are full, blue chips, red chips. Modules are filling up again. Double chest of modules. 12,000 robot frames. Okay, these are the amount of stuff we want to have for 2,000 furnaces. Full chests of rocket control units just sitting around in chests. Yeah, those are the kinds of amounts we want to have to start expanding beyond the starter base. Yeah. Right, so you do have to spend time setting up, like, you do need to keep an eye somehow on biter expansions, so I just like setting up this grid of raiders, which is pretty helpful as well. Just you can do a lot of things from the map view, like deconstruct stuff, undeconstruct stuff, like plan giant builds. You know, you can do all of that from the map view, and I guess we'll actually use that as well, just to design larger builds. For the 1000 and 10,000 signs per minute basis. You can like design with ghost placements in a solar panel revealed empty area of the map, where the bots won't immediately start building all the stuff we design until the design is finalized, and then we can paste it in its proper location where the bots can actually build it. That's a pretty effective way to design builds in Factorio as well. Right, here we have plenty of expansions again. I wonder if we're already down to 0% time in terms of evolution progress. No, still on 1%. 1% time, 7% pollution, spawner kills 92%. I guess we're gonna cut down on spawner kills a little bit after this little exploration loop is gone. That also looks like an expansion, so this terrain already was generated. So yeah, in Factorio there's definitely some truth in the best defense is a good offense. In my opinion, this is the easiest way to deal with the biter problem presented by Factorio, is just make it not a problem. Keep them out and ignore them for the rest. And if you are not... so I didn't need to have this high evolution factor. I basically overcompensated. I set the biter bases to minimum frequency, so I overcompensated for how much each destroyed nest contributes to pushing the evolution factor, and in doing so, I put the frequency of the nest to minimum, which is 1/6, and then I slid up the destroy factor to the maximum, but that's only a 5 times increase. So I also increased the nest size by I set it to 150%, and that was the mistake. 150% is not 50% more nests. It's like probably at least, this pod is a little bit behind on schedule. It's probably at least like 2.5 times the nests. Just by area it's like 2.25, but I think the actual number of nests which spawn in a nest is higher. It does definitely feel higher. Probably should do a count, like a test and some counting to check if that's actually so, but yeah, I feel we overcompensated the diminished amount of nests by increasing the size, and that led to, together with the maximum destroy factor, it led to a way too high evolution by destroying nests. This should not be the case on default settings normally. I guess we are actually pushing a lot of biters. We would have hit Behemoth biters by now in default settings as well. But still, there's a big difference between 90% and 100% evolution. Basically, the expansion frequency, I'm not sure of this, but I think it's twice as high on 100% compared to when you're just at 90% evolution. Artillery, no. Artillery is a very bad idea when you have a base that you are not defending, because artillery creates revenge attacks. So that's the other mechanism which triggers biters to attack your base. Artillery, you start destroying the nest, they just start forming groups and go towards your base. And that does not happen when you attack them with a spider. Actually, I don't think that happens if you attack them with a nuke. I think with a nuke they also make like these groups, but then they just attack your spider, or you personally, depending on who fired the nukes. Alright, we almost did it. We're almost to the end. Oh, only this small portion left to go. I guess we need to take out that python nest over there. Alright. Again, not paying attention if this happens mid-battle, that I run out of energy for all the legs. I'm a dead spider, basically. Because then all the spitters and behemoth biters catch up to me and they start gnawing away at my legs. And if they reach a critical mass, there is nothing you can do. You just get stuck in place by the acids, the stacked acid slowdown effect, and you're being chomped and spitted to death basically. Without, you basically will lose your ability to move out of trouble. Expansion biters can pass a wall. Expansion biters will attack structures which are in the way. So what the wall will do Like, I think in the 100% evolution map where I started with 100% evolution, that one is on YouTube, on the main channel. There I built like a pipe wall all the way around, and that was more of an expansion detector, so I could basically detect enemy expansions by forcing them to break one of the pipes to expand into my territory. And as soon as a pipe would break, I would just look on the map, oh, a pipe broke here. Okay, then I know there are some biters settling on my side of the pipe wall, pretty nearby. So I could go take them out. Right, I forgot every time I do a big attack and I take a bunch of damage, I forget that the bot also will try to repair me as soon as I place the next solar panel with the bot. Oh, they got triggered from quite far. It is a bigger nest than I expected. Let's use rockets. MB, from the early game still, there was a nest with medium and big worms, which was a pretty scary situation at that point in the game, but no longer. We ain't scared of anything anymore. Right, loads of expansions in this small area over here. We haven't visited this area in a very long time. Alright, so let's check one more radar probably to the lake. Can we place it in the correct chunk? No, we can't exactly place a radar here, so that's good. It's getting night, will it pop up? Alright, yeah, that's correct. Nice. So that is completed. This area is fully scanned as well, so we can... There was definitely a bunch of those small islands here. And a very... Oh, it's not copper, it's just like other colored lamp. So that's good to know. That could have messed us up with the tileable nuclear reactor, depending on how we do it. We're going to decide that after the break I'm going to place these last few radars. We're going to take a final look at the map. And then we're probably going to see that we already have way too much landfill. I'm not even sure how much we need, like a couple thousand for sure. And there's no way to avoid placing this radar in the middle of the iron, so let's just embrace it. Turrets will, I mean, if you feed the turrets or power the turrets or whatever the turrets need to fire, they will probably stop the biters from expanding but at that point you're building a regular wall, so it is not really helping you anymore at that point it's no longer like denial of expansion. At that point it's really just a regular wall again, if you place turrets all the way around. I guess we'll place one over here as well. It's only 2 chunks away. Does look a little bit nicer though, along the edge of the sea. Alright, let the spider walk to this place where we can pick up all of these big radar clusters. Those work at full power. During the day, I should say. Those help us scan these chunks a bit faster. I would say though, that is a pretty decent looking map, cleared of biters for the foreseeable future. Let's see how long the foreseeable future lasts. I hope it lasts a while. Anyway, there's gonna be plenty of times when we need to like wait for stuff, I guess. So I'm not sure actually if there's gonna be a lot of downtime. I actually don't think there's gonna be a lot of downtime now that I think of it, because we're gonna be designing all of the stuff during the streams, and there goes a lot of stuff in designing. So if you use pre-made blueprints, then you need to wait a lot for stuff getting created. But if you use if you design everything during the game itself, production is gonna be fast enough to not be a problem. So we are still in the process of making these 20 reactors. We've got our 480 steam turbines, we've got our 240 heat exchangers, and we've got our 1200 what's it called? Heat pipes. So we're just waiting on the reactors now, really. Probably should just set that. I can just like manually insert whatever is in this chest a couple times to make the last ones if it comes to that. But for now, we don't need to. That's a good point. I think we definitely earned ourselves another check mark. Let's head back over to the base. Switch off my logistics requests. Or at least the annoying one. I guess we should be walking to over here. We can put back the solar powers, the solar panels, and the radars. The expansions are going to be happening like roughly 10 times per hour at this point, I would think. So they are going to come back here, but eventually we can make more spiders and we can use spiders to take out those expansions. We will just have to do this. Just click it on the map like so. Let's not go out of the... I exactly did not go out of the range. And we can just click one spider to follow on all those expansions all over the map, and then we should be good. The spider will take out everything automatically, theoretically, while we do other stuff. Okay, how many rockets did we use? I want some numbers in chat. Okay, I hope nobody looked at the mouse over. How many rockets are still in the spider? We started with a full spider inventory. So that's like 80 slots full of rockets. How many slots full of rockets have we used? Okay, that's a strange way to put it. How many empty... Okay, never mind. I cannot even formulate the question. How many empty squares are in this inventory was the question. Alright, so we ate up like 4,000... like roughly 5,000 rockets, I think. Actually, we can see it in the stats indeed as well. Consumption of rockets in the last like 10 hours. So yeah, over 5,000 rockets in the last 10 hours. Looks like we spent about over 2 hours doing this. That is a long time. Alright, but let's put those rockets back in here. I guess we don't need to... Do I need to keep up rocket production? I do not really think so. This is full again, this is full again. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep this like overflow chest or something. Alright. So what I really want, I think, is... Alright, I do want to have some rockets on my spider, but I do not want to walk around the base with loaded rockets. So I'm just gonna put the rockets in a different rocket launcher, so if I accidentally press shoot, I won't destroy my base. And I won't destroy my 12 chests full of robot frames, which I have spent countless hours producing, or my 3 chests full of blue chips over here in a single press of the C button. Let's actually make a save and see if my rockets are dangerous enough already to one-shot a chest of blue chips. Okay, so radar and biter clearing done. So perhaps if I need to do that in the future, I don't want to do a lot of streams of biter clearing. I think I may do that off camera. I don't know. So far I did everything on camera, so let's check. Is the chest going to be destroyed or not? Okay, that is... The chests are wiped out by explosion damage as well, so yeah, I definitely do not want to be walking around with... that is like 12,000 blue chips gone. So it's good I saved, I will reload that for sure. So, just a simple accident, you know. And gone are your low density structures and 2 chests full of modules. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. So, bells don't have that problem. With bells, all the blue chips just stay on laying on the ground and stuff. But if it's in a chest, it just gets deleted out of existence. It does not spill over. Yeah, that means I do not want to walk around with rockets in the launchers at all. Because I think if I get out and I get in, yeah, then the rocket launcher with rockets is going to be selected. Okay, so now this one is selected without rockets, so I cannot accidentally shoot anything even if I try. But if I get out to do something and I get in again, now this rocket launcher is selected and now I can again shoot everything. And we have quite a blast radius on these things, man. Holy moly, that is a big chunk of base which gets taken out. That is all thanks to that nice and cozy explosion damage upgrade. Let's blow up. Let's exactly see how big that is. Okay, that's a pretty big area. That was a bad example. Yeah, that's quite a big area. That could hit like a lot of chests at the same... This is too fun, man. There goes all my garbage and my storage chest. Gone are the gears, gone are the chips, gone is the steel, gone is the iron, and gone is the copper, and the rest, and the landfill. Everything can be gone. There is the nuclear reactors out of existence. I did save, right? Tell me I did save. Please tell me I did save. I will reload to the stage where I need to do all this biter clearing again if I didn't save. Alright, I did save. I've gone crazy. Yeah, that's what you get for taking out biter bases non-stop for 2.5 hours. Alright, everything is back there. Let's take... Those things are way too dangerous. They have become literally as dangerous as nuclear missile. I guess I could put like 4 stacks in the trunk instead. They should not automatically go in these slots, I don't think. Right? I don't think there's a trigger that puts them in there. I know they get automatically put in there. Like now, if I shoot now and it has like rockets in its inventory, let's do that, and I shoot, it automatically gets refilled with rockets from the inventory. But if there are no rockets in there to begin with, that should never be possible. So I think that is going to be 100% safe. And if we get attacked or something, I also do not... If we get attacked in the base, the biters are going to do less damage than I am going to do with my explosive rockets. So Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the rockets entirely. We just have to rely on laser defense instead of rockets. So, alright, it is time to configure myself back into the state of full Roboport madness. I think I'll put the shield in there instead. We have 2 legs for if we need to get out. And 2 reactors to recharge the batteries. With 8 robots we can build fairly fast. If we need to do really giant builds, I'm going to upgrade to like 16 robots or something stupid. But for now this is going to be good enough. Right, I'm glad I tested out how dangerous those rockets were before I accidentally deleted 3 chests of blue chips out of existence. So I guess that would have made a funny clip for you. It would not be so funny for me. It takes... Oh, there's a rocket. We finally catch one. Nice. Automated rocket launch. Nice. That was rocket number 13. That's gonna bring us years of good luck, I imagine. Alright, so that is all sorted out. I guess I'll just put all of those in a storage chest as well. Alright, yeah, the biters are gonna be destroying our raiders, that's fine. Thanks, bots. Yeah, very far away, okay. So let's see how long it takes for expansions to become a problem again. For now, we earned ourselves this check mark, increase raider grid and take out a lot of nests. That's gonna be check mark. Alright. So, landfill. How much landfill do we have? Let's go take a look personally. Twitch integration with chat, and yeah, not gonna do that. Let your viewers control the game. I could do a playthrough like that perhaps once I figure out how to set it up. I don't know yet though. And I'm not gonna do it in this playthrough. This playthrough is supposed to finish at some point. Okay, so this happened when the power went out. The landfill did travel down the belt with the inserters being unpowered. So let's take all of that and we'll just chuck it in. Okay, these are all full, chock full of landfill. Let's chuck it in here. I can press the button. 42,000 landfill. Alright, so how much landfill are we actually producing? Like an hour? Oh, that was the big dipper. We're gonna have that big dipper in all the graphs now, that is annoying. Alright, but we are producing roughly 275 landfill a minute. So that is alright, I guess. What does this X have to do with anything? I don't think it has to do with anything anymore. Yeah, I think we're good to start on the nuclear project. I think step 1 is going to be finally get that nuclear fuel automated, man. Just perhaps we'll just set up a logistics chest. I think we'll set up Coverex enrichment for that. Let's walk over there. Yeah, we're gonna set up Coverex enrichment to do the nuclear fuel automating. We also could just increase the size of this mine and the centrifuges. We could beacon them up or something, I don't know. For now though, I feel like this was like the minimum amount we could get away with in the early game for our nuclear reactor over here. As you saw, it produces plenty of fuel cells for what we need, if only I remembered to make them in time. That would be good. Okay, now I have broken my reactor as well. I like this design, but it is not the greatest, I will admit it. It is very nice to look at though with the belts and stuff, but once you go to maximum power, it will switch off the 100% fuel saving mechanic once you go above like 80 or 90% power usage. But now I I kinda messed up the stuff. Only half of them seems to be powered. Yeah, it is not great at this moment. We're gonna switch this guy off completely though, in due time, once we got the tileable nuclear reactor set up. So yeah, step 1 is gonna be this automate nuclear fuel thing, then we're gonna do the landfill thing, and we're gonna build the nuclear reactor, and perhaps we'll change the design a bit, because we can get away with more than I need. Let's just actually measure this out a bit. So yeah, this is going to be roughly the size of it. So it kind of neatly fits in between here, like so. Just checking this out for a sec. So yeah, it's good that we figured this out, because now it is overlapping this tiny island over here. Which means the water pumps at the very end. I cannot zoom in that much. The water pumps at the very end could not get placed if I did that, so we can integrate the islands in the design, fully overlap them, but we cannot, like, the edges need to be in the water. That is the most important part. So we could do it like this as well, with the edges in the water. As long as the edges are in the water, we are fine. I think that is the reason why I made this shorter as well, is because was just what fitted into my lake at the time. But maybe now we can make it a little bit longer, though that looks actually not to be the case. That looks to fit exactly in between this. I don't think we can make this longer on both sides without getting the edges overlapping with this island over here. So I guess we're just going to keep it as is then. Then we can really place like a very, very, very high tileable nuclear reactor on top of each other, like as many as we want. Every time we need power, we're just gonna add one to it. Basically, or probably more like every time we need power, we're just gonna add 20 nuclear reactors to it. That's probably more like how it's gonna be. Alright, so that is figured out. Yeah, we need to automate fuel cells, we need to make the landfill thing, which is gonna be a precise job. And then we just need to start building the nuclear reactor and transporting the fuel cells over there. And then we can get started on the new projects, like a bot mall. That's probably going to be the next project before setting up like module 3 areas. We first need to automate the stuff we need to build module 3 areas. And that's going to be done in the bot mall. All of that will be done after the break. Probably not all of that. We'll do the reactor today. That's probably how far we get though. It's going to take at least another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So I'm gonna take a break, since I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours already without a break. Oops, should have taken that break earlier. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna take a break and then we're gonna get into the nuclear stuff. I forgot if I did any commands. Let's make another save. 45A. Did I do any commands in this save? Like, okay, no, I did not, because it won't let me open the editor without warning me. Alright, so that's good. I did not do anything wrong. I will do something wrong now though, because I'm gonna zoom out. So you have a nice base to look at without chunky chunks. I guess I should switch the speed back to normal. I guess maybe we could zoom in a bit and just have the functional part of the base up here with the labs. And we can see some actual rocket launches as well. And research is ongoing. Right, we're not gonna finish mining productivity 5 in the break, so I guess let's have the oil refining as well. Oil cracking, yeah. Alright. Don't move, this is the break screen. No, I'm just gonna reload, because now I use the zoom out command, which is a command which you cannot use without disabling achievements. So I'm just gonna reload after I'm back and continue with the save which did not have commands yet. Right. Is this a good view? This is a decent view, I think. Yeah, let's keep it on here. Alright, I'll be back in like 20-25 minutes or so. Alright, welcome back everybody who is still here. Welcome back myself, I should say. It's getting old, that joke. It's not really a joke. Say welcome back everybody, but you never left. It was me who left. Let's set the music to something more reasonable. I think game effects can be back to normal after the spider onslaught. We're not going to be taking out more biters this stream for sure. Looks like we got about 25% in... Oh, there goes a rocket. Missed it. Missed it. Thanks, Destroyer. Oh, thanks, Suicidal Sheep, for the 3rd month subscription through Amazon Prime. Let me get my chat back up on the phone. Destroyer had a devious plan. What if he just broke everything? Yeah, I'm surprised actually. Nothing went wrong, at least. Perhaps a radar got taken out, but it looks like not even. Okay, there are some expansions appearing on the first line, but I don't see anything really significant. So that's all good. Let's see, 25:36. Where did we leave off? 25:14. So about 20 minutes. Okay, yeah, so we're getting through the technologies at a fairly decent rate, I would say. So that's alright. Okay. It is nuclear power time. Right, it is nuclear power time. So, I guess, are we gonna just run there like a headless chicken, or... Yeah, we should first automate nuclear fuel cells. That was what really was needed to happen. Which means we need to set up like Coverx enrichment. Perhaps we'll... Should I increase this? Maybe I should like double this. How much sulfuric acid are we using? It uses 1 per mining operation, but only 1 per normal mining operation. The bonus operations are free. And since it mines at like 1/4 a second, because the default speed of half a second is halved again by the 200% mining time, it's using like 1 sulfuric acid a second then. So this is using 4 sulfuric acid a second. 4 sulfuric acid a second. That's 240 a minute. So most of the sulfuric acid we are consuming is just done by the base. So I guess we can fairly safely double this to 480 sulfuric acid per minute by doubling the amount of miners. And everything should remain alright. So I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna also then double this amount. Perhaps I'll just put the 7th one down here. So that means I need 8 more plus 2. So 8 plus 2 for Coverx enrichment. I almost have the required amount to start off 2 Coverx enrichment guys, so that's good. Yeah, let's handcraft our way into another 10 of these centrifuges. And with that we should be able to get our stuff together. Alright, so that's 1000 advanced circuits. Actually, now that we have bots, technically we could do this. Alright, so that is 1000 concrete. It's probably faster to just do it by hand, but oh well. 1000 concrete, 1000 red chips, 1000 iron gears. You know, it's going quite fast. There's the boss for the red chips. Zzzt. A whole donut, or a whole spaghetti, straight spaghetti of red chips delivered to my inventory. Problem is now I have to set these values back, or it will immediately bring those again as soon as I craft them. I'd rather just do this, I think. And then grab like 500 steel. That should be 10 of these. Zip. Okay, we also need a couple miners. Zip. And a bunch of efficiency modules, I guess. I guess we're still doing the efficiency module thing for now. Overx enrichment is gonna outproduce the uranium mine in terms of making U-235 by a lot, so we don't really need to speed it up beyond the default speed, I don't think. Of course, we don't have yellow bells. And we don't have wooden power lines. Alright. What if I... Oh, there goes the rocket. Another rocket. What if I just, like, secretly, temporarily do this? That helps. Except we don't got 8 undergrounds. Alright. Looks like we're handcrafting those anyway. At least the wooden power poles got brought in. Looks like with the current level of mining productivity bonus we can already support more than 6. So that's why I added the 7th one. Alright, looks like I have not stepped away from yellow bells as completely as I thought I had. I have nothing on me anymore. Yeah, it's really time to make that bot mall as well. And just be done with not having stuff on us all the time. Right, at least the bots will build it if I ghost place it, now that it is in reach of the network. We're still going at a fast speed. This is normal speed at the moment. Looks like we have a higher level of technology. There's a shiny uranium on the belt. Looks like we had a higher level of technology than we actually had. Alright, but if we want to set up like Overx enrichment, we gotta basically no longer store this in chests, or at least not with priority. I guess we'll just set it up separately for now without actually fully automating it. Just plopping down like 2 of those down here. Alright, the new recipe, Covrix Enrichment. We're just gonna make a self-sustained loop, so we don't need to worry about the exact distribution of the uranium. So every site needs 40 to get started, so this guy cannot get started just yet until we have 3 more. I guess we'll just... the thing is, this guy makes 1 uranium-235 out of 3 dark green uranium. It makes 1 uranium-235 out of 3 uranium-238. So if you just put like 3000 in a chest, we should end up with 1000 shiny green rocks per side. We have a lot of rocks already. That's the annoying point of those logistics requests. If you have more than an inventory already, if you just drop your stuff in a chest and you still have this on, the bots just will start bringing you a new inventory full of everything. Alright. So we'll do this. That will make us 1000 shiny green rocks per side. And with that we need 19,000 of these guys to make that into nuclear fuel, so we don't want to spend everything. Just most. There's my splitter. Alright, the fast inserter took it. Okay, we're gonna do the shiny uranium thing on this side. Like so. Then we can just auto-complete this side like so. That can store up probably more uranium than we're ever gonna generate over here. Probably. Who knows? Alright, most of that stuff actually is automated, so not all is bad. Let's check out how many chests we actually still have. 1, 2, 3... almost 4 full chests of dark green rocks. That's 20,000 of those. And those is 26,000 in total, which we started off with. Alright, I should have actually just manually started this guy. I should put it in the input, that probably helps. Right now we are making 41 uranium-235 out of the 40 we started with. If we do this 3 times, we can also start this guy off. I guess I'll just manually do that 3 times. And then we'll redistribute and set it up fully. Alright. This is our temporary output, just to get those initial 3 so we can start them off simultaneously. I think I reloaded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I reloaded. Yeah, we are down to this one. Right. Oh yeah, it spits out 2 as well. Right, so that's gonna work out. Then what else? I guess we gotta bring a roboport access point to the nuclear plant as well, so the bots can bring nuclear fuel over there. Our umbrella has been doing a great job so far. I don't think we got disconnected again, so that is alright. Right, so this is already set up to do its job properly. We're just gonna put the meme modules in there for the nuclear reactor. So I guess the only thing we really gotta do is, I guess we'll just put 2 robopods down there for the symmetry factor. We can probably exchange these radars for robopods as well. Okay, so now it is connected to the network. These we're already on the belt. Yeah, this system breaks if you break it once by not supplying the fuel cells, it will keep breaking. Now it should be good though. These are now green lighted, they should switch off before these fuel cells reach the inserters here. So these are connected to these tanks, and once these tanks fill up, which only happens after these tanks are pretty much reasonably full, these lights are going to be switching off on these inserters here. And the more power you are using, the longer it takes for these inserters to switch off. And at some point, once you're using more than 80 or 90% of the reactor's power, they won't switch off in time, and the fuel saving mechanism switches itself off, and you just go into full burn at that point. But you know, once you're using 90% of your power, you're not really saving any fuel anymore anyway. Looks like we are using enough power for this to not switch off in time. Alright, interesting, that is how it happens. So we are exactly at some sort of threshold where it switches off, not in time for this inserter to get cancelled, but it does switch off in time for this inserter to get cancelled. Alright, let's just take those out again then. Just out of curiosity. Alright, this actually does not work great with this system though, because all of these fuel cells which are going to be on the belt. So I guess what we could do is make this a slow inserter, so less fuel cells will be on the belt at any given point. We'll just override the stack size to 2. So one goes to the left and one goes to the right. Oh, let's keep it at 1. Alright. So now we need to make this a requester chest. And we basically are gonna request this recipe to here. Iron is connected to the logistics network, but uranium-235 is not. For now we can just use the uranium produced by the uranium-235 by the uranium mine. That should be plenty enough to keep up with this reactor. We're going to use the Covrex enrichment uranium to fuel the tileable nuclear reactor, which is going to burn without limit, and we're going to have a lot of reactors on there eventually. Alright, so basically what we need to do is, I guess we'll just set this to, let's set it to 1. The bots will pick up 4 anyway if there is more than 4. I mean, it takes 200 seconds to consume a fuel cell, so and we're making 10 at a time. So we may as well just set this to like just one time the recipe. now they're gonna bring 20 plates, and as soon as we enable the chest, they're gonna bring the rest of the resources too. Basically then just want to... Do we want to limit this chest? I think we do want like a wire condition on here, because the fuel cells are gonna be on the belt, and they are not gonna be counted, so we basically tell this guy, hey, keep like space for like 400 fuel cells in there, so the belt loop can return back. Because 2400 fuel cells fit in this chest, so it keeps 400 fuel cells of space for items currently on the belt. I think we should not surpass that. So that's gonna be good. Okay, by now that... My requester chest, just with the requests for the nuclear reactor, are exactly outside of the network now. Of course, I planned that out, right? That's not coincidence. Ooh. Alright, the two latest YouTube videos, indeed. There is an extended edition and a normal edition. And the version that came out today was the normal edition. The other one, which came out Friday, was the extended edition. Basically, it's like the start of a new series. It's the Science Galore playthrough I did on YouTube. But since I did almost all of the base planning and the in-depth look at the science pack, the science packs from Science Galore, I did all of that in the first stream. So I made an extended cut of that as well, because I know there's a lot of people who are interested in the details of that. And there's also a lot of people who are not interested in those details, so that's why I made two versions basically. The rest of the streams will be cut down to normal format, as it is basically normal gameplay from that point on, but the first stream was kind of a different beast, so that's why I have two different cuts of that. Right, we got 43 of these guys, here we got 37, so we can deposit 3 of these in here. I'm just gonna pick that up and put it back, so the products finished is 0 for both of them. Alright, I want to switch them on at exactly the same time. You can do that like so, by connecting it at the same time. As of now, these inserters are not powered. Yeah, not powered, alright, that's good. Alright, so we'll loop around like so. We just put the 40 inside to start it off. This can go in back in the chests. This one, already 6 shiny rocks in there. That we must have had a giant stroke of luck during our absence. Already 6 rocks in here, holy moly. This one will make into passive providers, as well as these ones in the back. And then the nuclear reactor down here can get the fuel cells done as well. Let's first switch on Coverx enrichment. That should switch itself on as soon as we put this power line down. Right, and that's Coverx enrichment set up for at least the foreseeable future. With 1000 of these we can make 10,000 fuel cells. So that's gonna power even a large reactor for quite a while. So still not infinite. Eventually we'll set this up fully automated. But I don't want to do that here. I'll probably do that like inside the base somewhere, eventually. Oh no, we're gonna have to tear down our umbrella at some point because of the planned bot mole, I realize now. Alright, but that is gonna produce like 2 of those shiny green rocks a minute. Let's check how many shiny green rocks we have been producing over the last 10 hours. Including this small spike from our initial Coverx enrichment. We have been producing like 0.2 a minute. Now we're going to be producing 2 per minute. And I guess this mine is going to be producing 0.4 per minute over the long term. So 2.4 a minute means 24 fuel cells per minute. 24 fuel cells per minute, which run for 200 seconds each. Let's say that's they run 180 seconds, also producing 2.5 a minute. Like 25 a minute. Then each 3 reactors either 1 per minute. So 1 reactor like 1/3 a minute. So at 24 a minute we can support 72 reactors. If I did the back of the napkin math right. 72 reactors can be supported with these 2.4 units of uranium, which we are making now per minute. Probably someone will tell me if I'm wrong. I did an oopsie doopsie. What did I do? Alright, now we just need to put these like passive providers, which are exactly outside of reach. Alright, so they are gonna disappear then. Ah, the backwards inserter. I guess I would have found that out pretty soon. Anyway. Alright, so the bots should be picking up fuel cells from here now. They already immediately come, and shiny ones as well. That's all gonna go towards the nuclear reactor. Probably not in one time though. It's too far of a trip to go in one flight. They will need to recharge somewhere along the way. Here they go. And now we have automated fuel cells, and our initial starter plant will never run out of fuel again. At least that's the plan. Nice. Alright, we got something actually functional done this time, today. Alright, there's plenty of distance between the fuel cells to not have 400 of those on the belt at one time, so that's good. I would have just picked up the centrifuges again and restarted them. Don't worry. Alright, step 1 of nuclear power is on. Automate nuclear fuel. I guess it is automated. It is not really automated though for the tileable nuclear reactor, but that's not so much of a problem because we don't have a tileable nuclear reactor yet. Alright, first thing I want to do is... do we go out there? But what I could try to do is I could just... let's see how far we get if I just take those 4 requester chests and I just put them inside here. Let's see what kind of materials they will be filled up with. These 4 requester chests should have all the ingredients we need for the nuclear reactor. So all of this is going to be put inside. How is this coming along? 16. Oh, we're going to help it a bit. We're gonna make the full 20 before we start off doing that. 18. That's gonna be 19. Red chips, we need to wait for the red chips. Alright, that's gonna be 20. Alright, suddenly there's nothing in there anymore. We'll just put all the concrete in there for now. I'll take out a bit of steel. Yeah, that's fine. Right, because we hooked up this input inserter, the inputs immediately stop as well, since this is a 2000 product assembly. But now they are gonna start up again because we're gonna take out all of this. Are we though? I think yes we are. I want to see. Let's save in case something goes horribly wrong. Automated nuclear fuel to starter plant. Alright. I guess we are done with the self-balancing starter base completely. I think we can just delete the link to that blueprint book now, as we don't need it anymore. You can find this book on Discord though, if you want to build this base by yourself and get through a buttery smooth early game. Alright, I did save. Let's paste those 4 chests and see the bots go wild. These 4 chests will contain everything we need to build our first 20 nuclear reactor on the tileable nuclear reactor blueprint. So basically I'm just gonna wait to see what we are missing. If we look this one, everything has been delivered. 1200 heat pipes, 240 heat exchangers and 20 nuclear reactors. This is gonna get completely filled as well, since we have pipes automated in the bus. Discord invite link in Twitch, I guess, is outdated. Try the link under one of the YouTube videos. Preferably a recent one. On the main channel. I don't think I have the link set up on the second channel yet. Right, pipes, we have all what we need. This chest is complete, so I guess we can just switch off all these requests, so they will remain empty once we take out all the stuff. We've got all of those. I'm not gonna take the extra ones actually, since we already decided we are not gonna expand further because it just simply does not fit on the location we want to. What are we missing here? We have the substations. We do not have 40 offshore pumps. Alright, does this one work? Thanks Mattis Jacksonus for the link. We can probably just handcraft 40 pumps. Like so. What else do we need? 20 active provider chests, 20 requester chests, 20 large power poles, and 8 raiders. Active provider chests, huh? Ambitious. From my old self. Right, I have a chest full of steel chests right here, and I'm handcrafting steel chests, but oh well, I guess. That's everything else what we need, so 20 of those, and then 20 of these active providers. And everything is grey backgrounded, which means everything is complete. Nice. Right, let's just erase all of that. Okay, no more logistics requests, so as we pick this up, these chests will not be refilled. Can we carry all of this at one time? I probably need to just throw some stuff from my inventory in the trash slots. Alright, that is about as much as I can do. Still though, I am going to throw my entire inventory in here for a sec, so I know what is what. I guess let's put all the nuclear reactor elements in the spider. The reactors, the heat pipes, the exchangers and the turbines. That's almost his entire inventory filled. And then I have just got this to carry. And I guess I can grab my stuff as well, so that is good. We can already transport that over, so that is at least the first step of transporting we have to do. So now we're just gonna figure out where exactly are we gonna place all of this stuff. There's gonna be some like fine-tuned there's gonna have some fine-tuned location determining going on. Okay, one bad thing which I did is I did build the landfill collection system all the way over here. And we're gonna need the landfill over here. So I either need to set up bots in this area or I just need to make a couple trips. I think for the first one we're just gonna make a couple trips with my inventory and the spider inventory. We should be able to carry like 20,000 landfill at a time, I think. So we'll get quite far with like 2 trips or so, I think. So yeah, in terms of logistical success, the landfill mine here would have been much better. But that would be bad for pollution, especially since it's next to water. It spreads like crazy over the water. Okay, expansion's not so bad yet. Right, let's figure this out then. I guess we can just simply, for now, place those same 4 chests back there. And I can just put all the stuff back in there which I was carrying. Pipes are not in here. 850. And 1.4k. Okay, this chest is complete again. The spider has this stuff, the spider has this stuff. I just need to fill in all of this. I want to do it exactly because I'm just going to carry this in my inventory once the bot starts placing it. It has a sort of a specific setup for how to do it. Alright, so my tileable nuclear reactor, let's get those out of the book again. We'll just delete the book for now. Consists of 4 blueprints. We've got the tileable nuclear reactor itself, which I'll go over once we build it. I think we'll just build the first one perhaps by hand, or at least by controlled bot, and we'll just go over how it works. Especially on the ends with the fluid mechanics and stuff, could be interesting. The second blueprint we have is the landfill one, which has just the reactors in the middle as a reference point and is tileable. Let's switch off the bots for now, so I can just hold it down and we can just drag it up and down, and the spacing will be as it should be. As you can see, the landfill sticks out 2 tiles over the edge, which is because roboports are situated on the edge, so they stick out 2 tiles. But if we tile this up and down, the overlap should be good. Alright, the third blueprint is this guy, which is basically the skeleton, as I like to call it. It features all the entire roboport grid, power lines and radars. So that is enough. That's like a block of 20 reactors worth of worth of power network and stuff. And the fourth blueprint is, which I already showed you, these requester chests, which request exactly the amount of ingredients you need for that reactor into these 4 chests, so you can easily build that. For now though, we're gonna first need a landfill, and we don't have any of that, so that's good. We can use that first blueprint over here. I'm gonna put them on the bar here for now. Alright, so that's gonna be the third one. We have the landfill, and we have the skeleton thing. Alright, so where I'm gonna put this, that's a good question. So again, these things will have the water pumps at the very edge. So the very edge of the blueprint needs to be in the water, and there needs to be at least 2 tiles of water. So this is not good. If you look on the very left edge of the screen, this is not good. This is already okay, because that is enough distance for water pumps to be placed in the water. But it also has to line up on the other side. We cannot really see both sides at the same time, so we just have to rely on the map view. I'm standing in the way over here, so let me walk out a bit. That is why we had to scan these chunks there, because indeed those annoying tiny islands were there, which messes up the automatic placement and the regularity, and we cannot have that. Alright, so the furthest to the right we could go looks to be something like so. If we go up, the right side is remaining clear of islands. Even here, I think. If we zoom in, where is this in the chunk? Still like 1 tile of light water in there, or what is this? Strange. Alright. So as long as you don't move the mouse, zooming in and pausing the game or whatever, it does not move the location of the blueprint you're holding. So that's a very useful feature. If I would do this, this is the furthest it can go. I can look here in the water. Like, do I have more space to put extra reactors at the end? That is the question. It's kind of hard to see. I cannot really zoom out far enough. It's a bit hard to see. Theoretically, this could like fit. Yeah, I think we would be able to fit like 4 more reactors on each end. Like 2 more on this end. Like if we can place 4 more here. Yeah, I need to properly think this out a bit. I'm thinking about just making design a little bit longer. So there's going to be all of these guys in a line, and there's going to be an offshore pump at the end. So if I want to make this blueprint like 2 of these longer on each end, it has to be at least this much longer. So that seems to fit on this side. It seems to fit everywhere as well. We are not in the way with any land. Right. How far did I keep the blueprint on the water? This is a little bit of a finicky process. Alright, that is definitely very finicky. Okay, I can see the overlay. Overlay disappears. So as the overlay disappears completely, I'm right on the golden area. Alright, so I don't really need to go that far. That tiny island on the right side looks a little bit dangerous. I could go a little bit to the left. Am I chunk aligned? I am not chunk aligned. Chunk aligned would be something like so. Okay, if I do this, If I do this. So that is why I don't have the rockets in the spider. I pressed Control Copy, but I missed the control key with my bent pinky finger. And suddenly I'm shooting a rocket at my blue chip chest, right? So that could be very, very bad. It does seem to fit. It does seem to fit, alright. So one more time. If I hold the landfill here, I should be like chunk aligned. If I go exactly chunk aligned, I would place it over here. Control Z. Oh no. What is being Control Z? Ah, these guys are. I want to get rid of this landfill. Alright, that landfill is gone. This is a tedious process, but you gotta do it right the first time. You get no retries with landfill. So this should be the center chunk. If I hold my mouse cursor right on this chunk border, that should be it. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna reload if I mess this up with the landfill. Landfill negans. Alright. So how much landfill is one of these? That's about 5,000. I can carry 5,000 landfill, so let's go collect a little bit of landfill for ourselves. Right, when we're in the base we can definitely just use 5 legs all the time, because the spider is not moving most of the time. The batteries will be able to get charged just by these portable solar panels. So there's no reason to move slow in the base. We've got the evening and morning disco going on, with the switching on and off radar effect. Always a nice sight. Looks like it's morning because we are slowly getting filled up in division instead of it switching off. Right, we made it to the landfill. I guess we'll just grab like 5k for now. Should I maximize that? Maybe I should actually just load up the spider. Okay, I cannot. Okay, let's just take 5k for now. That is all we really need. And then we'll just need to walk right back to this area over here. And then the moment of truth. Oh, hello, Odium. What about doing it vertically? It just doesn't look nice vertically, in my opinion. Vertical, of course, is also expandable, but in my opinion, this setup does not look really nice vertical. It actually would fit quite nicely though. But we have a limit of how far we can go. Like this we can go much higher if we get the spacing right. Alright, so this basically just gonna be... Let's call this an experiment in case it goes wrong. I have officially called this an experiment now. Are we gonna do this with bots? Yes. Let's place the landfill with the bots. Okay, we can bridge that gap with the spider, so that's good. Alright, the bots are taking too long. So we're just gonna do this ourselves. Landfill is one of the things you can easily outspeed your bots with placing. Just don't make a mistake. Lol. Just get good. All of those poor fish are getting deleted out of existence. Alright, careful, careful, careful. Landfill cannot be unplaced. Alright. So that's the first strip of landfill laid out. It is so large. I'm still not in the center. I think this is the center. Yeah, this looks like to be the center. Okay, we have exactly covered this island now. But the plan is to make it a little bit bigger. Let me just place the first reactor on top of here. So because we have chunk aligned it's also easy to see where we should place the reactor now. That's one of the reasons to do that. That's the initial reactor placed. Alright. So theoretically, output of a reactor 40 megawatts. For every neighbor it outputs an additional 40 megawatts. So each of these output 120 megawatts at the moment. But if you just keep tiling these, each of these will have 3 neighbors instead of 2. So each of these will be outputting 160 megawatts. Except those at the very edge, they will be outputting 120. But as you get a very large stack of these, the average output per reactor approaches 160 megawatts. So optimally you would want to be building like 160 megawatts worth of 160 megawatts worth of heat exchangers and steam turbines on each side as well. How much did I have on this blueprint? I have 24 over here. These are very easy to calculate, so that is 240 megawatts. So it looks like I did that. 240 megawatts on this side, 240 megawatts on this side. That is 480 megawatts. So that part of the blueprint is correct, so to say. What is limited in this specific blueprint is the amount of steam turbines I have tacked on at the end. So let's just do a quick copy paste to see how much that is. 44. So we have 88 in total. Now if I quickly take out that Windows calculator and I do 88 steam turbines times 5.82 megawatts a pop, we get to 512 megawatts. But the 4 reactors producing 160 megawatts each are doing 640 megawatts. So if we divide 640 megawatts by 5.82, which is the megawatt output of a steam turbine, we get that we can technically support almost 110 of those. With an average output of 640 megawatt per 4 reactors. So instead of using 44 on each side, we should be using something closer to like 54 on each side. We definitely don't have space for that. But we could extend it to like... we could extend it to 48 per side. I'm not really sure though. I'm not really sure though if the fluid mechanics still work out then. So this is like 10 tiles high. We've got like 4 tiles of pipes and 6 tiles of steam turbines. So while it looks like we have enough space, the next set is just gonna come like this on top of it. The substations and roboports overlap between, so we don't have more space to run more pipelines, and we need two pipelines worth of water on each side. Alright, so how much? I had 44, right? So 88 times 5.82. Okay, I think I'm just gonna keep this one because every set of 4 reactors is gonna give me like 500 megawatts about. So that's 2.5 gigawatts per 20. That's an easy number to calculate with. Perhaps I'll just keep it like that. Instead of going through the entire fluid mechanics again, that is not really interesting to do on stream. You have to calculate how much water per pipe should flow through these pipes, what is the maximum pipe length, how it can be blah blah. Okay, but the general gist of how it works, let's first just should I just build one? Let's just build one. Alright, let's just try to grab half of whatever is in this chest. We're gonna build one. Because it's easier to go over how it works once I have actually built one. I guess I should also grab like some of this stuff. And we're gonna go without spider. Or not, I'm stuck between the reactors. I think we can just do a nice scenic shot like this. Yeah, nice. Go bots, go! Okay, they're gonna run out of juice pretty soon. Will we make it to the end, or will the bots start lagging behind? Looks like they made it all the way. Alright, good stuff. Thanks bots, that's awesome. Alright, so we got 2 lines of water on each side. For like each line of reactor, so that's 8 lines of water in total. One of these pumps 1200 per second maximum. That diminishes if your pipe length is over 17, which it is at this point. But that's okay, because we need less water than that. So each of these steam turbines can consume 60 units of fluid per second. We have 22 in a row. Okay, let me just I forgot exactly how it works, so I have to redo the math and stuff. So 22 times 60 is 1320 water a second. So you cannot do that with just one pump, because one pump is 1200, we need 1320. But 2 pumps is 2400, and it takes a very long pipe before water throughput drops below like 660. That really requires like hundreds of units of pipes. It drops below 1200 after only 17 pipes though, so... Anyway, those 2 water pumps, water lines, they all go into this water tank by pump. And this water pump kinda gives you an overview. If this water tank is full, you know everything is good. That's like a nice visual representation. The thing is though, since I'm not using a pump to pump out the water, it is better to have a big reservoir here, because the flow rate of water through reservoirs is a lot higher than the flow rate of water through pipes, at least the maximum flow rate. And we've got like 12 of these in a row here. 12 of these in a row require exactly a little bit more than... Wait, I'm talking gibberish, am I not? Alright, something else is wrong, but let's first go through this. 12 of these in a row with 103 water per second. That has something to do with the starting temperature of 15 degrees and the maximum temperature of 500 and 1000 degrees. The calculations work out, but yeah. It is more than 1200, so we need something which can support more than 1200 units of flow rate. So that's why I'm using this reservoir here. The natural flow rate will suffice. Then again, out of here is going to come more than 1200 units of flow rate. So this last one has a pump here that goes into this tank over here. And then we are pumping it out of the tank into this line of 22 steam turbines. So these numbers you cannot really find back on the wiki, but I just tested it experimentally by just using a full power draw with one of those electric energy accumulators. You can set it to draw as much power as you want, and the reactor just keeps working at maximum capacity and all the fluid throughputs are sufficient. So all of this is going into this steam tank over here. You can also manually monitor the level of this steam tank just to see if it remains full of steam. it should remain full of steam because technically this should produce more steam than that these steam turbines can eat up. But can they though? Let me just quickly check that because I don't think they can. I think something is wrong with this design. I said 640 megawatts and I have only 48 of those here. Yeah, 48 of those. I don't have 64 of those. I have 48 of those. Aha! Alright, so we're doing a maximum of 480 megawatts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's not 500 megawatts. We have limited it to 480 megawatts. So each block of 20 is going to give us 2.4 gigawatts instead of 2.5 like I was thinking. Am I going to change that? I don't think so. It would be not too difficult to change. Would it though? It's probably more difficult to change than I think because all this pipeworks cannot interlock with itself and it is quite a puzzle of undergrounds and normal pipes, so meh. Alright, so this is not the greatest, most optimized nuclear reactor out there, the tileable version. Could change it, but I don't really need to. I thought it was a little bit better optimized than it actually was. Now I run through the numbers again, like in terms of ratios. The way it is optimized though, it will never gridlock since it is limited by the amount of heat exchangers we have. So this is producing 480 megawatts. Later it is producing up to 640 megawatts. We still have only 480 megawatts worth of heat exchangers over here though. So we're going to be producing only 480 megawatts of power out of one of these at all times. I kind of don't like that though. Yeah, I'm disagreeing with my old self here. Because these 44 steam turbines, they can output more power than that these can provide. So we still can get a fluctuation, you know, like it is the same like here. Like if you have limited power like here, this is good. It is good to have a little bit of overproduction. I mean 480 megawatts, you know, we have some laser turrets, some big roboport charging. You want to have like a little bit of extra buffer, but once you get to the gigawatts of power, you just want to have enough power to catch all those spikes, because like the spikes of laser turrets are pretty visible like in a low power base. Like for instance the Biters for Resources playthrough I did, where I powered laser turrets with steam power. Each firing laser turret took like 10 megawatts, so we had like a 36 megawatt steam power plant. We supplied it with like 90 megawatts worth of steam engines, so we could catch all the spikes. The spikes from the laser turrets and power. So the average draw was under 36 megawatts, but we had spikes up to 90 megawatts. That's good when you have like a low power draw, but once you have gigawatts of power draw, the laser turret spikes are not even going to be visible anymore. It's just going to be smooth. So you want to have enough power at all time. And here I just have more steam engines, so I'm going to encounter the situation that I am going to have like a fake number here. Like here, this is a fake number. We have 480 megawatts of power. It looks like 560, but that's not true. It's just the capacity of these steam turbines is 560 megawatts, but this part cannot supply 560 megawatts. It's doing 560 megawatts purely out of the steam stored in these tanks over here, so that's not really a good feature to have in a very large nuclear reactor. Thanks Coco Gem for... Holy moly, I'm sorry I missed it a bit. Thanks for the 10 gifted subscriptions, man. Holy moly. We're having a lot of in the chat now, or at least in the sound effects. Alright. So this is kinda not great. I kinda now want to redesign this. I kinda want to just redesign this for like... Okay, let's have votes in chat. Should I just accept my old design, which works perfectly fine, really? Really, there's nothing really wrong with this. It just it bugs me a little bit. But I'm pretty sure, as holy, just build the power plant bigger and cover all the islands already. I think I need to realign this though, because it won't become so big that I cannot place it anymore. Give in into the OCD. Do a poll. Just connect it. Do a poll. How... I'm not good at quickly setting up those things. Can I quickly set up those things? Where is my dashboard? Give me my dashboard. Odium, do you know how to set up a poll? There's nothing. Okay, fine. Looks like the poll is not needed. Everybody in chat says give in to the OCD. Alright, we're gonna do it then. Redesign. Alright. Poll is not even needed. We just did like a first impression. We got approximately 100% of the votes saying redesign. So I guess we'll redesign. I will just go in editor mode for that though, because we can zoom out a bit further. Anyway, we need to reload the save because I placed the landfill already. So actually, let's reload landfill shenanigans. And I can just still press Ctrl Z, I hope. Yeah, okay, and then landfill is gone, and then I can save this again. Alright, then we'll save it as another save. Chat says redesign your crappy tileable nuclear plant. Thank you, chat. I will be here for another 2 hours. Thanks SDB as well for the 150 gifted subs in total, man. That is a lot of gifted subs. Thanks for the 10 new ones added to the total. The poll result gift. 100% gifts. Alright. Tileable nuclear reactor plant design time. It is going to be. Let's go into the editor mode. Alright. So now I can actually go here. We can actually zoom out a bit further in the editor without going into map mode. So we have all of the stuff here. Let's make another set of copies for the editor. We're gonna basically... I hope that I can just use the same design. And... I hope I can just use the same design and I just expand it a little bit. Thanks, Dagger. I'm sighing like I'm getting tired of it. Thanks, Dagger, for the gifted subscription as well. We're getting to the Alright. So the difference in editor mode is we actually can. Let's just place it somewhere in the middle of the water. So we have some space on either side. We actually can place... we can delete landfill if we want. We can just add back water on top of it with the drain function. So like so. And landfill is gone. Alright, so this is the original design. We'll paste that original design on there. So this design, which is not really not really that great. Now we're just gonna make a copy of that right under there. Let's take the landfill once more. And I guess I'm just gonna start off with copying what I had, if you don't mind. Alright. I'm gonna go full 640. The thing is, if we go full 640, it is kind of fake too, because even though we're getting close to 640, we'll never actually reach it. Unless we do like 2 extra nuclear reactors at the very end, which I could do. Then we could always have the 640. Okay, so that's an idea, which... Thing is, if you have one of these, you're only producing 480. If you have 2 of those, you're producing 640 plus 480. If you have 3 of those, you're producing 2 times 640 plus 480. But that 480 is always going to be there, so you'll never truly have 640 megawatts of power. So that's another form of fake power. You can build up heat in the system, and then you'll have a fake power number here as well, because you have 640 megawatts of these guys, 640 megawatts of these guys, but these are not 640 megawatts, and as the heat runs out, that number is going to drop as well. So one thing we could do, since we are sticking out already anyway, actually would not look terrible, I don't think. Okay, let me just get a full 5-tile version of this thing going, since that is what I want to be designing in the end. So, okay, so we'll delete this for now. And the landfill cannot be deleted, alright, that's fine. It's really not that fine. Let's delete the landfill as well. Here we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is the vertical area we would normally have. Let's grab the skeleton thing. Skeleton thing is this thing. That basically puts all the robots and the power network into place, as well as the offshore pumps. Alright, so one of the things we could do, let me place the full reactor. Now we have like 20 reactors worth of power here. And now we can also see how this combines. All of these pipelines have to remain separated. Is why it is quite a hell to figure this out. Because if I would do this, for instance, and make it symmetric, now these are connected, which is not good. We are relying on the lines to remain separated for the different ones, so that is why these are like offset a little bit. We've got the same stuff going on over here, where this water pipe curves like so, and this water pipe curves like so, because if they both curve like so, they are gonna mix together here, which is probably fine, but you know, once you get into, if you want to use near the limit of the production which something can supply, it's better to keep it separated. Alright, so now I gotta place that blueprint again, because I don't remember how that was. Can I just do that? It's very important I don't flip the blueprint, because if I flip the blueprint, then this side will be up there, and it will connect anyway. So blueprint does not need to be flipped. Alright, so the first solution to tackle the 640 megawatt problem, actually quite simple. We'll just copy paste this part over here, and we'll tack it on here. Basically we're going to add 2 nuclear reactors to the the end of it. And the nice thing is, because we already have this system in place, we basically just extend this design down a little bit more and everything should still be good. We can do the same on the top. And then if we later want to expand the design yet again, it just fits on top here, right? Because we are using the same stuff. I think that is correct. Let's just check that out. So that looks pretty good to me. Yeah, this is a perfect overlap, so I think that's a fairly decent solution. Right, now I have to get rid of all of this yet again. But that's a decent solution. That basically guarantees that we always produce... I should not have deleted that just yet. With those two at the... Those two extra are now the 480 megawatts ones. And all of the core ones are now going to be 640 megawatt ones. So we always have a surplus of power generation instead of a deficit with those extra ones, which are going to be added to the edge over there. So we're gonna be wasting their power, but that's alright. We want overproduction of power in the reactors so that we have a true representation of the power we have over here. So then we can actually build this out to 640 megawatts and these as well. We can make the blueprint we can make the blueprint longer. Right, let's get rid of this again. Right, first part is obviously we need to fit in 160 megawatts in a row over here. That's already a lot trickier than 12 of these. So 12 of these, 11 of these can just simply be provided with a single water pump. 12 of these already you need 2, but since you need only like 600 something water from each pump. With 16 you're already getting into that you are gonna need like 1650 water a second. I think the throughput limit of a pipe, I need to find this again. I think there's like 3 tiles is... 1 tile is 6000. Oh, we gotta test all of this again, man. You asked for it, we're doing it. Alright, let's test this. Infinity pipe. We need water. Like a pump. Let's power it with a fake power. Alright, we set this to water. And we set this to just extract everything. Will that work? Let's first do this. This should result in a flow of 12,000 a second. So if we just play time. 6,000, 6,000. Ah, okay, I see. That's because the throughput of this pipe is also just 6,000. So we need to do something else. How about... That doesn't change anything. I don't know why I did that. Alright, let's let this thing fill up for a bit. Okay, we'll just output as much as possible. Alright. 12,000, that's the maximum flow rate. I think we also just need to pump that in there. Alright, now it's filling up. 6,000, 6,000, 18,000 a second. This is pumping 12,000 a second. So from reservoir to reservoir you can pump 12,000 a second. You can also pump 12,000 a second from a line of pumps directly just connected. That's also 12,000 a second. One reservoir does not change the throughput, but if you put like one pipe between there, this pipe will already limit the throughput to 6,000 a second. With two pipes it drops to 3,000 I think. 3,000 a second. Yeah, you can see it in the overlay on the right side. 3,000 a second. I think with 3 pipes it's 2250 and then I don't remember the values. So we need to figure out the maximum pipe length which can still supply 1650 units worth of throughput. So I guess we'll just keep adding one pipe at a time and mouse over. This is 1909. 1714. This is already 5 pipes. We are getting close to the limit. 1588. That's already too low. So the throughput of a pipe of length 6 is maximum 1588 a second, whereas it's only like length 2. It's like 3000 a second. That is the strange fluid mechanics of Factorio. You can find a table on the wiki which does exactly tell you the values, but it does not exactly tell you the values when you start doing things like what if you pump like water straight into a reservoir, like so. How much water can you pump through 16 of these? How much do they limit the flow? Those kind of things you have to experimentally test out. So I guess if we would just do this. Now you can see we are pumping 2425 units of water through a column of 16 heat exchangers. Those numbers are not findable on the wiki. Those tests you have to do yourself. Okay, so if we like 2425, right? If we delete 2, is it gonna go up? It's probably gonna go up. Yeah. Now it's 2487. So quite random. You really have to just determine that for yourself. But that means we can basically hook up like a tank or like a pump or something like this. And if this is like the pipette water, this is not going to be the limiting factor then, right? Because this can pump. Okay, now it actually is pumping less water. We should again pump this water in, I guess. Alright, yeah, we're getting there again. 2425. So this is not the limiting factor then. The limiting factor is 2425 through this. We need 1650 through this. So if we pump it in there, that's alright. Now we can just check, can I just hook up this reservoir and will the flow rate be good if the water tank is full? Now we need to check this output pump. And it is pumping 2422. Okay, so we have lost the throughput of 3 water per second. But now we know we can hook up a water tank to this end without a pump. And it will still pump 2400 units of water. Okay, so what can we do now if we put like 2 pipes there? Let's say that 2 pipes or like 1 underground pipe more likely eventually. That's the same thing. This is the same thing as just like 2 pipes. Alright, so now let's check again what is going on here. 2261. Isn't that more? What? Ah no, yeah, we were 24, 25. Yeah, that was 22, alright. So we already learned that in terms of pipe throughput, maximum length of 5 pipes is the maximum. After that we're dropping below 17, 14. We're dropping below like 1600 a second, and we need 1650 per second. 16 times 103, 1648 per second to be precise. Let's check how it is if we do 4 pipes. Why does this one doesn't display water? That is kind of strange. All of the water gets sucked out immediately out of this pipe. Okay, now it has water. Yeah, looks like, okay. What is now the throughput here? 1900, so that's good. Alright, this should be our maximum, right? Here it is 1714. How much is it here? 1708. So yeah, looks like we can still do this with a whopping 5 pipes and we'll be fine. So that's good to know. These are essential like ingredients in our design later on. We need to know these throughputs, we need to know what we can get away with before we do it. But yeah, this is like pumping it through these things is a bit stranger than pumping it just through pipes and stuff. I wonder if this changes if we're also like consuming this power. Yeah, I probably should check that as well, just to be sure. Alright. So 2 of those is gonna be more than enough to consume all of that power. We just need to put an infinity pipe which removes all the steam from it at the end of each one. I don't think it should really change, but we never know. So now we basically just need to actually heat up this system with actual nuclear reactors. So that's gonna take a little bit of time, but we can basically just use a lot of them. So we are really producing way more heat than we need to. And that should hopefully reduce the waiting time a bit. Right, so it doesn't matter we are generating the power from here because the nuclear reactors are gonna produce the steam anyway. Right, so at the moment we are pumping 1708 water a second. Let's see if this stays the same once the nuclear reactor switches on these things and they start producing steam. So these are not really eating up the steam that much, but these are just deleting all the steam that gets into them. Could actually set this thing now to eat up power instead of produce power. So this thing starts working at the maximum capability. 16 of those should be 160 megawatts, but we're not getting that. Low input fluid. Okay, so this is not great. This is now low input. Yeah, okay. Because we are pumping it out at the end. Alright, so if I make this like 1 longer, it should no longer be able to produce them. Now it is 6 pipes, right? Yeah, 6. Now we should be producing less. Yeah, 154. Alright, so this is the difference in from just one longer pipe Now it's 154 megawatts. We're not using the optimal full 160 megawatts that these can make because the pipe is too long. The last one, yeah, some of these have low input fluid over here. You can see that over here. Low input fluid for some of them. So let's put it back to 5 pipes. And because we had low input fluid, alright. Now we're back at 160 megawatts. And none of these have low input fluid. All of these are just working normally. Right, so maximum 5 pipes. Looks like that doesn't change much. Right, let me rechat because probably some people have said a bunch of useful stuff. Heat is shared in my design. Fluids are separate pipelines. I could put 120 megawatts unit on the end, yes, but then it no longer will be tileable. So if I actually build out this reactor to a lesser degree than these, I cannot simply paste another column on top of that. So I don't want to do that. I will just add the reactors, which are part of the next column anyway, or of the next line anyway. So they won't be. So they will just be providing the dead power for the reactor. They basically just provide the extra neighbor bonus for the edge reactors. That's their entire function. And once we expand the reactor, they just become part of the tileable reactor without further modifications, which is why it's called tileable, I guess. Alright, anyway. This we know now. 5 pipes, alright. So if we know that we can get away with 5 pipes, now we can start laying this out a bit better. First of all, I guess we'll just break this off right here. And we'll just place that a little bit back. It won't fit, but that's okay. We'll do the other end later on. So what we want now is we want 16 of these in a line instead of 12. So we need to test the heat pipe design again as well. Because heat also has like a maximum range and stuff and all that. Heat is basically its own fluid mechanics as well. So we have to basically just test that. Now the thing is, the normal we get again in that throughput limit. So if we take a pipe of this length over here and we pump water through that, it's not gonna be 6,000 units of water a second for sure. So you may know the maximum pipe length of 17 in Factorio. 13, 17. So the reason it is not really a maximum pipe length per se. The thing is though, steam power, you usually use like one of these offshore pumps. They produce 1200 water a second. The reason the so-called maximum pipe length is 17 units is because the throughput of a pipe of 17 units is exactly 1200 units per second. So if we delete fluid on this side and we add fluid on this side, you can see this guy is pumping 1200 units of water per second exactly. That is where that number of 17 is coming from. If this is one shorter, it is slightly higher than 1200. But your offshore pump can only supply 1200. So you need 2 offshore pumps to actually produce over 1200 watt per second. So as long as your steam power plant pipe length is less than 17 units between offshore pump and your first boiler, you're going to be okay. If it is more, it is going to drop slightly under 1200 units a second. See, this is like 11 something something. But you need a really long pipe to actually drop below like Right, so this pipe is how long? This is like 137 units long, quite randomly. If we now connect this guy, initially it pumps a lot and then the pipes get filled up. It's gonna drop to... It's gonna drop, but it's not gonna drop as drastically as within the first couple pipes. So instead of 1200, we're still doing above 1000 units a second. So this is why as long as you need like less than 1000 units of fluid a second, you don't really need to think too much about your pipe length. If you're getting like an extra long pipe, then you may want to put a pump in the middle. Normally though, people use underground pipes for that. So instead of 137 units of pipe, if we do the same experiment for an underground pipe, you will see the pump speed is much higher, or like a little bit higher in this case. Here we are like 11 something. So here we're at about 10, yeah, we're still above 1000, still dropping a little. It takes a little bit of time for this entire system to stabilize. Here though we have stabilized at... looks like 1017. But here it's 1129 because this pipe is only... how many units long? 26, right? So if you now build a pipe of length 26 on this side here, I'm getting way sidetracked, am I not? You will see it has the same throughput, 1129, 1129. So a full length underground pipe just counts as 2 pipe units, whereas it actually spans like 11 pipe units. So that's a pretty good deal in terms of fluid throughput. Use undergrounds when you can if you are worried about fluid throughput. I stopped reading the chat. Am I explained? yeah, thank you. That's exactly what's going on again. I just love sharing like some details which is not easy to find on the wiki and stuff. Some of the lesser knowledge. 600 divided by n. That's not quite so, because then the maximum pipe length for 1200 units would be like 5, right? One boiler repeats gives you 12k. Yeah, I guess the boilers count like reservoirs as well in that case. So we basically saw 12k of fluid transfer if we pump in and pump out of a reservoir. Then we see a transfer of 12k. But let's actually check if that is like similar. How about if we do this? Now we have the natural flow rate between okay, I'm messing this up. We need this guy. Like if we have 3 of those. Remove. We first have to be we first have to be pumping. Okay, if we have 2 of those, it's already not going to be 12,000, I'm pretty sure. A little bit for a while, but then it drops down. From this full water tank into this tank only flows 5,800, right? So let's say if we have this design and we exchange this for like two of those heat exchangers. Here again we're at 6000. Oh, that's interesting. That's faster than two reservoirs. Alright, is this just like pipe limit -1? Then it should be 3000 now. No, 4500. Alright, 4500 is not a value which happens in the pipe throughput limit. There we've got like 6000, 3000, 2250. Here we've got 12,000, 6,000, 4,500. Are we gonna get to 3,000 now? Is it like half the resistance of pipe? No, 3818. Alright. 3428. Alright. Yeah, these values seem quite random. There's probably a formula for it though. Alright, 6 boilers is still a throughput of 3176. At pipes we already drop below 1600 at this point. Yeah, 12k is the maximum throughput of a pump. Well, the maximum throughput is not really determined by your pump. The pump is just the maximum possible. But it's what you put between the pumps which determines the actual throughput. Thanks RGX for the subscription, man. Came from a warp Torio video to follow and turns out you are alive. Okay, nice. Yeah, we're quite deep into fluid mechanics. I'm gonna stop these experiments now because that's not really what we are here for. I just wanted to showcase some stuff. Mike explained some stuff apparently. Alright, so what we know is 16 boilers which we need is gonna be okay. We can have like 5 pipes leading in there. And the reservoir. That is what we tested. This will still work. It will bring 1615 units of water through there if we need to. The thing is now we get into that pipe area and that is gonna be annoying. Because there's also gonna come 1650 units of steam outside, out of this area over here. And we just saw the maximum, yeah, we can maximum put like 5 pipes of length before putting a pump again somewhere. The question is, how about if it goes like so? Can we then still measure this? Okay, the water in this tank is not changing, so that's a good sign. We're doing 1588. Right, we cannot pump into a tank from a distance and 5 pipes. That is 1588. That is not fast enough. So if we just pump in a tank without a pump, 1714. We are limited to 4 pumps, to 4 pipes. Alright. What if we're also doing this? Let's see where this stabilizes. 1495. Okay, is that just added up then? Alright, so it is best if we don't use too strange of a situations, or we should definitely test it. Because this would look like at first sight it would pump enough fluids, but actually it doesn't. We need 1648 and it's doing 1609, so yeah. Because in my design I'm not everywhere pumping in and out of reservoirs, because there's simply not the space at the moment. Or I was trying to keep it compact, I guess. I guess compactness is going out of the window now. We don't really care about compactness that much anymore. Alright, so we can do this, but we cannot do, what I want to say is we cannot do this, because this is already not fast enough. This can only be like so. Alright, so we know the throughput of a pipe length of 4. Do I still know that? I think I forgot about what it was actually. 1909. Alright, so that is alright. So we don't need a pump on every single boiler after this. But we should definitely add I'm just going to add one over here. What is the maximum throughput of this pipe length then? Tell me please. 1499, 1500. Right. 7 tiles, 1500. How much steam is going to be in the system after that point? 14 of those, so that's going to be 1400 and a little bit. I guess that's less than 1500, so this should be okay. 1500, and then here we got, I forgot again, over 1900. We're only having 1650 at this point, so that's good. So I guess this part should be working. Alright, so now we just repeat this on the other side as well. Before I had an underground pipe here. Because it is going into this tank over there. Now let's see what happens if we just connect this again. I'm just gonna remove that for a second. Since this is not part of this tileable design. Just to keep it a little bit simpler. Alright, so what situation do we have here? We've got a pump with 2 lengths of pipe into a reservoir and then we pump it out into the steam turbine. That should be good, I think. We can simulate this with this guy by modifying this guy a bit. Alright, so what do we got? We got like 2 tiles feeding into a reservoir. And then it's feeding out into a whole bunch of these guys, which are gonna consume it eventually. So that's probably not gonna be a bottleneck. Since the throughput which needs to flow through these is diminishing the further the fluid flows through it. So this is the situation we will have. Ah yeah, this is supposed to be steam. Alright, I guess we will just simulate this as an infinite throughput then. Because it's probably gonna be like that. If I'm wrong, we're going to have to redesign everything again, but I don't think I will be wrong about that. So this is basically 2250, so that's plenty fast enough. So this speed is gonna be 2250, which even if it's not infinite, it's gonna be a pretty large margin of error. So I guess that is alright. I guess if I want to be stylish, I kinda liked it when the underground pump was here. Let's try to change it on this side. I guess it would look kinda of regular if we just do this. That would not look too bad. Like a regular distance. Here we have then 1, 2, 3 into a reservoir before it gets out. So we basically have to add 1 to this. Is this still enough? This is again 1909. It looks like this thing just functions as a pipe for if it's at the end of a line. Pretty sure the pipe was also 1909. Yeah, 2250 and 1909. So if it's at the end, this just functions like another pipe, apparently. That is good. Okay, I think I like that more, so we'll adapt that on this side as well. Like so. That means we can again connect this whole system directly to here. Now we just gotta figure out if water is being pumped into here like so. Yeah, that should naturally flow. I think we tested this already. I want to know how much water can flow out on this side. Holy moly. Are you still following it? This looks awesome. I joined so late, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Right? I'm gonna take that as it is nice. I will read the rest of the chat a little bit as well. Where is my chat? Where is the stuff? Stuff is here. Alright, Solar Boy already had the idea as well to put the underground like that. Steam storage is not really what's going on here, no. We've got steam storage going on in the starter reactor over here. Which is at the moment a bit broken. I have a very long explanation, a very scenic explanation in the Ultimate Dead World Challenge episode 12, I think, where I go in detail about this guy and also about the steam storage and how it's all wired up and stuff. So that's a good watch if you are interested in that. This is not really about steam storage, it's just about throughput and having pipes not connect to each other too much. So this is going to be alright. This should have the proper throughput. Now we just need a very long line of these, a longer line than we already had. Right, so far not too bad. We only had to put some extra pumps in here. The rest is still quite the same. Now we basically have to... I forgot how this should look. I guess we can just, for now, copy this side. This was the original, and we just flip it. And we gotta put some extra landfill at the end. Now we're gonna get into how much longer this thing is gonna have to be. I probably should just copy and paste, then it is not limited by the amount of landfill in my inventory. Alright. So now we've got the full 32 per site. That can make 640 megawatts. These are gonna be producing more than 640 megawatts thanks to the extra ones we'll put at the edge. So that is all sorted. The only thing that remains to be done is make these things into like 640 megawatt of consumption. If you look closely, you can see the maximum power draw is 5.8 megawatts. That's a lie, it is 5.82 exactly. I don't know why the tooltip just rounds down to one digit. Can we see it here? Yeah, here it says 5.82 megawatts. So don't be fooled. So basically what we need to do is we divide 640 by 5.82 with the off-screen calculator. 640 divided by 5. I already messed up. Divided by 5.82. That equals 109.96. So I guess 110 gives us a tiny smidge of fake power consumption. 110 is not divisible by 4 though. So that is not great. 110. $110 would be 55 per side. 108 would be 54 per side, which would be 27 per line. There's 7 more than we have currently. Alright, that is this then. That's going to be 54. That's going to be 54. I guess we could do this for the 55th. That would probably work. For the number 55 per side. Something like so. Alright, let's also copy this part. We'll copy the whole shenanigan. Okay, I think is it already messed up here? Alright. Right, so this is how it initially connected. Here we could still have this at the end. Alright, left side and right side not equal anyway. So these two 27 long snakes of steam turbines, they meet at the end over here. So once they consumed all they have to consume, there's a little bit left over. And that can go into this guy. And this guy will be powered about 96% of the time. So we're gonna have a reading pretty close to the actual value. Alright. I think all the fluid mechanic stuff should be done. The particle effects are still continuing. That is quite a long blueprint though. Okay, then let's give me back the original one more time. So I can copy this properly one more time. Now we just gotta paste this properly at the end. And it's now gonna be here. Right, so water is gonna have to be exactly where this pipe is. There is gonna have to be the water. Right, so if I now paste this, well, the water pumps, will that work? No. The water pumps need to be like so. Alright, so that part does work. It does not connect to this steam turbine, that is good. With 16 of those, each pump still needs to transport only 800 units of fluid. So basically we can make these pipes as long as we want without any repercussion. We kinda had a nice pattern going here, I think. Let's see if we can just copy paste this pattern all the way to the end. Probably not all the way to the end because the end is much further away now. Okay, but that part is copy pastable. Okay, that works as well. That works as well. That could just be it. That could just be it. So it's basically the same, just a little bit longer now. Alright. So far, that's alright. Now we just need to... So the original design has a cool pattern going on, which we need to repeat. I can probably just show that on land. Put the skeleton in place. So if you look at this from the map view, you can see like a neat power grid going on. I kinda want to replicate something like this. It also makes it easy to see how many blocks of 20 you have, because if you paste this block of 20 down a couple times, you will see some irregularities. So if I do this and I look on the map view, you can see cross sections every 5 stamps. So every how to say it, every block of 20 is separated by those cross marks. So it's easy to see how many you have. Instead of pumping from the edge, could you not leave gaps in the landfill closer to where you need the water and pump from there? Probably. The thing is though, you need like a 3 tile wide opening for one pump. We need 2 pumps. I kinda don't really like that though. This is actually, this doesn't really change much about this is not the difficult part. I like that it pumps all the way from the edge. It feels more, I don't know, thematic. Like what, make a very small opening here? I guess it's possible, but what about tileability? Like you need the third tile of water. I guess it's possible to put a pump in here. You can put 2 pumps in there. But what the heck is this? I mean, I guess it could be like so, and then just like so. It does work. It does also solve kind of the problem with the that landfill does not absorb any pollution if you leave some gaps in it. Should I do that? I don't know. It really doesn't look that nice. This area is gonna look very, very empty too then, because I guess let's plop this guy down a couple more times. So now this looks nice and filled up a little bit, but if we delete all the pipes here, it's gonna look very, very empty in there, I think. Yeah, let's try that out. Am I warming up to the idea? I may be warming up to the idea. So we need water right here. So I didn't know 2 pumps fit back to back like that, so that is why I'm warming up to that idea now. So we could do this and just get rid of all of these pipes. Ah no, so we still cannot do that like symmetrically though. We would have to do it in 2 different places because these pumps cannot be placed right here. They need to be like 1 tile apart from each other. Yeah, so that means then we would have to do this like... Can we still fit it in? Technically this could be like 1 tile closer. Right, and I guess then this part does not need to be landfill. Let's make it a little bit tinier. If we go super tiny, then we go super tiny. Okay, then we need another bunch of landfill. What's the maximum length this can span? This can span pretty far. Yeah, I guess it would fit. Alright, so it would fit if we would do something like so. Then all of these pipes can be gone. Just have the home port and the power grid in there. It does save a lot of pipes. Not really worried about the pipe cost though. I am kinda worried that it's starting to look a bit empty in here. And all of the stuff at the end is gonna be gone as well. This also gets rid of the... This does get rid of the requirement that the edges need to be in the water though. But that brings in a new requirement that this area needs to be in the water to place all the water pumps. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to scope out with a zoomed out blueprint, I think. So, I mean, how does this look compared to this? This looks like there should be more of these going on instead of just 2 lines. But we cannot really fit that in the 10 tile neatly. These are 3 tiles wide, so we can only fit 6 in there symmetrically. It's gonna be 9 or 12. 12 is too much. It is a lot of underground pipes though. I mean, this is like 500 undergrounds. Save as water in middle. Saves a tiny amount of UPS though. By the time UPS is gonna become an issue, we won't be running on nuclear anymore. Nuclear is probably gonna be just deconstructed in order to optimize UPS. We're gonna eventually switch over to solar panels, but not just yet, because that requires me to clear out like this much land probably just to place solar panels, and we're not gonna do that at this moment just yet. Kinda am wondering though, maybe it is a good idea. Okay, let's actually properly check this out, because it could be good. It could actually be good. Then we get something which looks like this. Maybe we should add that. I have only one copy of the design I made here. That's quite dangerous if I ever delete it. Let's just copy this part. Once more. Alright, that is the full thing. How is the power line looking here? I think we need to respace this out a bit. For now though, let's just connect it. Alright, if we don't have this, I like to have this guy on the end. Okay, let's actually make a deconstruction planner, which deconstructs only underground pipes. We can do this. Like so. We can have this structure with the water pumps. Where is it? Is it on this side somewhere? Did I just delete that? I just deleted that, didn't I? No, it's over here. I think I need to make a blueprint of that, like so. Now I need to manually figure it out with the water again. Alright, we can at least copy the pipe works, then it starts to be easy to see where we need to put the actual stuff, actual water. Alright, this could be something. This could be something. Maybe I forgot who suggested it. Was it Solar Boy? Billions and billions of panels. Yeah, I agree. This is more difficult to check. To check if the blueprint will be placeable. Kinda need some sort of marker. On the other side, I think you can zoom out far enough in the regular game as well, so you can see these areas where the water pumps are. And you can just scan those lines for water. So what I want to do is basically here to water. I'm not sure yet what I want to do basically. Alright, now let's try to make water under the entire thing and just see how that lines up. It should not override any entities where there is no water. So we're just left with this part. I cannot really say that I like how that looks at the moment. But what if we copy that a couple times? If we do this. I guess I should just okay, let's actually properly. We can get rid of this, we can get rid of this. Right, like this we already don't really need to make holes in the landfill anymore. We cannot place this pump here, because these pumps will be pasted here again, so this has to remain like so. I just want to know how it looks if, let's make a blueprint of this. This kinda is the entire design-ish. Let's include landfill in the blueprint. Then we can just paste it on here. Okay, how did that happen? Landfill. We think I just did not have enough landfill for the reactor. Yeah, we need 2 tiles more. So I copied the reactor partially, but not the landfill under it. Okay, where's the blueprint? All blueprints start to look the same. That is a bad sign. Alright. Now I have no place to put anything else, so let's... I want to put an energy accumulator there. I just want to see how it looks. No. I like the idea that I do not need to blow up the landfill in order to get it to absorb at least a tiny amount of pollution. But no, this just looks not epic at all. Alright, how do you feel about it? Do you like this, how this looks? Compared to this, let's also place an accumulator here. Actually, what could be done... Wait, I'm asking a question and I'm not reading chat. Can we place offshore pump between heat exchangers? Maybe, but it's getting quite messy to connect them then. No, not really. We need a 3 tile wide gap of water. We only have 2 tiles here. So it has to be here where there's a 4 tile wide gap. Right, another thing which you can do is this. It's actually quite useful. Suppose you have an offshore pump. And you can just place let's say you have these, you can place 4 of them like so. You can just landfill over that. And now these offshore pumps are water well pumps. They still pump 1200 units of water a second. They just pump water out of the ground, so to say. The thing is, if you accidentally ever deconstruct one of those, there is no way you can get it back. No way. You cannot Control Z that. It just doesn't work. You press Control Z but nothing happens. So that's quite risky, especially in a 300-hour playthrough where a lot of things can go wrong. I think I do not want to do that. Okay, how people think it looks. Looks good to me, looks fantastic, looks very deliberate. Oh god, you like it. It will be a nightmare to put in landfill by hand. We will be dependent on bots placing landfill. It would look better if you fill in some of the 1x1 gaps. I kinda agree. Like maybe we can just make tiny lakes between the substations and just fill in these areas as well. Let's first start by filling in, like making straight all these sections over here. Okay, first, before I go finalize the design, is that actually the design or did I copy something which was not right? And this looks alright. Here we have the 16 of those. We do have the pumps. We need to redesign the location of these I guess we need to do it here because these water pumps are already in place. So I guess this is still kinda regular. But here it's getting kinda not regular. Are these equidistant? No, they are not. Should they be equidistant? Let's check how does the old one look. The old one looks scuffed. Okay, I'm gonna place my old one in place somewhere again. Let's do that here. The old one. Looks like so. We'll just place the skeleton. Like so. Alright, yeah, these are wider. These are like shorter. These are wide again. That's okay though. The irregularity adds a sort of a charm to it. Like different functions for different like pointiness. I do like the zigzag pattern. That one should be kept for sure. Right, so I do really want to just temporarily landfill this again. Only I had landfill. It was the wrong area to landfill. We were looking over here. Where am I? I'm here. Alright. So we need to power all these pumps, that is for sure. This is like spaced like so, that's alright as well. I mean, it is okay that that is aligned with the pump. How far is this from the reactor? Almost maximum. It's between like after the third one. Here's also after the third one. I guess we just need to move this one. Like so. And now it's like regular. If I flip this around, it is symmetrical again. Okay, that's good. What about the last one though? I think we will keep the substation here. It's like a connection point to the mainland where we can connect it to the power grid. So I do like this substation at the end. There is no lights in here. We could do this instead. I don't think that would look really nice though. Especially not when it's stacked. And this looks kind of finalized. All the robots connected. No, we need to add another robot now between. The robots are not connected because they're out of power. Okay, wait. Maybe the robots are connected. Yeah, the robots are connected, definitely. Okay, that is connected. Is this connected though? Ooh, that is at quite a distance. That is not connected. Oh no. That goes to here, if I'm not mistaken. And this goes to here. And here there is not really space to put a roboport. Nowhere. That is not great. This could be put 4 spaces more close by if... did I find the hidden reason why I did not make this? 16 long and instead 12? Turbines vertically. 3, 8. I don't know. This looks cursed. It's also gonna get a little hard to balance the water distribution and stuff. Right, first we have the roboport problem though. Let me just run time a bit with an electric energy interface. So robots charge up and we can see their networks connect. Alright. Now the robots are charged up. If I mouse over we can see the entire network connection. Yeah, that's not connected. That is a problem. That is a problem of some magnitude. Right, let's just copy this whole thing one more time. I guess we'll just paste it somewhere over here. And we'll do the water pumps now, because I will forget if I don't, and then I'll later have a design without the water added to it. Alright. So what can we do to connect those things? Yeah, I think so too. We have to make a gap in the heat exchangers. Fortunately, we've got 16 of them. Technically, we can just make a gap in the middle. Just pull that out. Technically only one tile. No, 2 tiles. No, 4 tiles. We have to do 4 tiles. Yeah, we have to do 4 tiles because the undergrounds need fit as well. Oh, but this is gonna destroy the epicness as well. Pretty sure. Alright, now we got a new situation with fluid throughput. But since it's at the end, here we only need like 800 water to go through and 800 steam to go through to that side. So I think we still should be good with that. We do not need to retest that, I don't think. How is the spacing? There's one tile off. I guess that's one tile off because we just don't have a real choice with 5 tile wide of those and 4 tile wide roboports. At least it's off consistently in the same direction. So I guess here we do not need to do that. Oh, that looks like a lot of substations though. Alright, the design is getting longer and longer. This design is not really gonna be usable on a default world. I think that's the other reason why this one was smaller, because this one it's still possible to find on default settings without the enlarged water areas, a place to fit a decent amount of them. This design is going to be so overly long, it's going to be impossible to place, though if the water pumps are going to be here, the design is actually going to be smaller, at least the part which needs to be on the water is going to be smaller. So yeah, maybe in that regard it's still better. It does always look nice when it's on the water though. Alright. So that is still okay. Now this is okay again. I'm hoping heat pipes are going to be able to spread all the heat far enough out. It's like decorative heat pipes. Does that work? I'm not really sure. We can try. Alright. Okay, let's do the power lines on this design. So we hook up this. That is the same then as it was before. Alright. I think that is decent. Alright, so now we just delete all the landfill. Let's make another save. Just add an A to the name. Don't think about it. Alright, so now what we need to do is let's blueprint this yet again. Okay, I just made a save so I can just clean up the blueprints which I no longer need. These are the original ones. I'm just gonna quickly put those into a book. Because we won't be needing those anymore. Let's make a new one. We'll just blueprint all of this. Wait, we need to carefully blueprint that. Exactly the 12 tile wide area. Just go out like so. Okay, it's gonna take a while to reach the end, but we're gonna do it anyway. Like so, and then we'll also add the tiles under it. Now we just go to an empty place in the lake, far, far away from anything else. Something over here, I guess it's okay. One click. Two click. Flip it horizontal to add the other side. Okay, that should be... That is very long though, holy moly. But here we have 110 steam turbines, 64 heat exchangers, and 4 nuclear reactors, which eventually output 640 megawatts. So what we do need to do to add to this blueprint Okay, so I kind of want to, let's blueprint this again. I want to delete the landfill from it, but I want to see how it looks if we just copy this like a couple times. I think I need to like properly do the alignment on this, like snap to grid relative with a height of 10 units, not 14. Kinda hard to see so far zoomed out, but I think that is correct. Alright, finally grabbed the right one. So now I can do this, right? Yeah, right. Alright. Alright, so that already went wrong with the water well pumps. Okay, so we need to figure out a different solution already. Let's plop this down twice. What went wrong with the water well pumps? So basically, if I... Now we can zoom in, we can see it happen. If I go here... I don't really see what happens. I think the blueprint is placing landfill. It's placing this landfill on top of here, and then it becomes a water well pump. Okay, so we kind of need this water to extend on both sides if we want to make it tileable. Told you this was going to be a long process. But that's kind of alright because I kind of want to do that anyway. I want to like, I will try the water thing where it's like the minimum amount of landfill, and then we'll just fill in the gaps. Right, so now we need to update the blueprint. I'm just going to delete the half one. New contents. If you just select new contents for the blueprint, all the other stuff should stay in place. Like it has style selected, it has the relative grid with the 10 high stuff selected. Right, so now if I do this, the water pumps should not get overridden, right? Right, now all the water pumps still exist. So that's great. Progress. Alright, here's a new design. Let's get rid of this one. And the landfill as well. Okay, looks like we have a different watercolor here, but nobody will see this. Okay, I did not add radars to this design at all just yet. We're gonna need a couple radars. We're gonna need more than one, but radars are just gonna be once every 5. They are gonna be part of that skeleton build. So do I still have an original somewhere? No, I kinda messed with that already a couple times. Here's the original radar thing. So the radars are just like once every 20 nuclear reactors. Not every single one. So that's going to be part of that like 20 core skeleton, which we are going to develop for this one as well. So first of all, the wiring is off. I want the squares, and only when we connect the next one, it's got to be a cross. So the default is to cross. So what we need to do is rewire this into squares, and then we can make a skeleton out of this. And then when we add the next skeleton, it will cross in the middle automatically again, and we have the same effect that it only crosses over every 5 nuclear reactors, so we can easily count them later once we have like 60 of them or something. Alright, so I just cannot control. Alright, like this, like this, like this. Now press Q once and like this. Alright. That is good. Now we just need to do that for 2 more times. Alright, and once more on this side. Can I see some hands in chat? Who's already regretting that that he or she said I would have to perfect my outdated, crappy, old mic tileable nuclear reactor? I need to scroll over here so we can update the map view. Alright. The power grid has been restored to resemble something like it was before. I guess we can make the blueprint of the new skeleton, I guess. That's gonna contain not the heat pipes, not the heat exchangers, not the steam turbines. We're gonna require not the pipes, not the pumps. The robot substations, the offshore pumps are part of it as well. Not the inserters, not the tanks. The reactors are there as a visual aid, so that's gonna be the new skeleton. I guess we just call it the power thing. The new skeleton. Alright, blueprint 1. Probably version final. Famous last words. Alright. So now we have the other designs to do. So I kinda want to throw away all of the landfill. I kinda want to do it as a for a new one though. So I guess let's make another blueprint of just the landfill. It's temporarily, so I can just plop this down somewhere else. Let's also chunk align this so we can see where I need to place the raiders. Right, so this is the new blueprint of landfill for this moment. Now I can technically place the skeleton on top, right? That should be easy. And we can know we are correct because the offshore pumps can only be placed in one specific configuration. Like so. Right. That is decent. And now we can just copy paste the entire reactor on top of this. Like so. Right. Now we have an exact copy. We will basically now just delete all the landfill by filling it in with a big area of water, like so. Now all of the water is gone. Let's actually count the landfill. So if I make a blueprint technically of this landfill, 23,000. If I make a blueprint of this landfill, 16,000. Alright, so it's a 7,000 save. That's probably enough save to still absorb some pollution in the various chunks, more than a nuclear scorch mark would. Probably. I guess we'll test it out as well, how much pollution it absorbs. Yeah, let's actually stress test the power plant, I agree. So basically, what we do to stress test is we start from a cold start. The game is paused. Also need to add the neighboring one still. I did not do that. Those are going to be part of the design as well. I guess this should already do, but we'll add them on both sides just to be safe. Alright, so everything is still at minimum temperature, 15 degrees. So what I'm gonna do now is... this should be able to provide 3.2 gigawatts exactly. So we're gonna check out if we can get there. For that we need to place an electric energy accumulator somewhere in range of a substation. So I guess let's do that on a tiny patch of landfill over here. And we can set this thing to not produce power, but to use power. Like so. And now if we switch this on, the temperature will go up. It needs to get to 500 degrees. Will it start working automatically? Actually, I do not think so, because we are relying on pumps. We need to add a single solar panel to the grid. Alright, let's... okay, it is daytime. So now we just open this power grid. This should go to 3.2 kilowatt or 3.2 gigawatts of production as soon as it hits... no, not as soon, eventually it should get up there, because we are using all the energy it produces all the time. It's gonna take a while, but if it reaches the maximum power output from a cold start while consuming all the power all the time, and we still reach the end, then we have the proper... alright. I think I just temporarily will set this to produce a bit of power, so we can... alright. So water is in there, steam is in there. Now we just set it to use power again. That's just to get the water stored up. Right, so the temperature is now flowing through the grid. Here it is 533 degrees, 518. These are all inactive still, because the temperature is not high enough. So all of these are not working yet. Let's try to speed up time and see if we get eventually to 3.2 gigawatts of power. Just on one side, I guess. Okay, this side is working differently. Fluid seems to flow different depending on orientation. Fluid dynamics are strange in Factorio. Alright, so far so good. The thing is, maybe the temperature will not reach the end, or perhaps one of these fluid if one of these fluid pumps or throughputs are insufficient, not all of them will eventually fire up. So we can see we are using the maximum of the production all the time. These are, as soon as they are working, they are consuming the maximum stuff. 2.4 gigawatts. Let's scroll to the right. So here it starts to work somewhat from the back, whereas here it starts to work full from the front side to the back. So let's just watch this side. It can take quite a while to reach the end. It's sort of like an asymptote or something. Asymptote? I don't know how you pronounce that in English. That's looking decent though. .1. How is the temperature? 500 degrees. Okay, this is working as well now. Steam going up. Steam is going up. So eventually, once all of these are completely filled with steam, they will give steam to this pipe, and this one will start working as well. So this one is working. Look, you can see it. All of these are working at 60 a second. This one is working at 59 a second. Because we are slightly overshooting the number of steam turbines here, ever so slightly. Because we have 110 and we should have 109.96. That is what's going on with this guy over here. So left side and right side are not connected to each other. But that is looking good. It is looking good. Alright, here we have that as well. Alright, so the temperature is going up like crazy. That is what should happen because we've got 480 megawatts extra of heat production from the reactors with these reactors on the end. So these produce the 640 megawatts we actually need, and these are just there to make sure these produce 160 megawatts. So, alright, looks like biter expansions killed another raider, whatever. You can destroy my entire base, this is just a test world. Right, you can also see, and that's a good sign, the steam tank is not filling up, right? So we are actually consuming all of the steam we are producing. And that is true because we have ever so slightly more steam consumption capacity than steam production capacity. Everything looks to be in order. Right, nice. That seems good then. First try. 1.21 gigawatts and we can travel through time. I think we already surpassed that. And some lightning. Yeah, we have to wait for the Factorio expansion then on that other planet to get some lightning. Oh man. Alright, we're not going to be building this bad boy anymore this episode though. Okay, I'm starting to warm up to these water gaps. It's starting to look nice. Alright. So now we switch this off. Now we get rid of all the particle effects. So we just deconstruct this and Control Z. And all of the fuel cells are gone. And all of the heat is gone, all of the water is gone, and all of the steam will be gone in a sec. So we can see something again. We need to fill in some of these gaps. I'm starting to warm up to this. Perhaps it is alright. Alright, so what do we definitely need to landfill? Probably the column where the water pumps are never are. Like so. So I guess these gaps should be filled up. It's the small tiny gaps which really don't add much of flavor. And probably all of these tiny gaps we can just drag that up. Right? Probably this tiny gap. And all of these. Okay, is this a landfill tile or what's going on? Okay, this is a landfill tile. And this is a landfill tile, but this is not a landfill tile. So this one probably has to be filled in as well. As well as this one. Okay, once we have this designed, we will just copy it again to the other side, because this is too hard to remember. I guess we need to do at least this. Maybe this area just needs to be completely filled in, except for the water pump area, I don't know. This, now this looks asymmetric as well. All of these stay on tiny islands, and I guess technically that is okay. Is this okay though? I guess if this is okay, this should be okay as well. Let's try though. I kinda hate one tile water gaps, but I guess since all of these are one tile islands anyway, you have to do the other ones like that as well. So I guess we'll just keep that. And that's a good starting point. These gaps are alright. Okay, we do need a little bit more landfill here though, like so. So I guess we're just gonna have, yeah, this will be anyway landfilled in eventually as well, because we have to flip this around like so. Okay, I did not decide on these heat pipe designs, but I think I'm just gonna keep that. We'll see how that looks eventually. We can always change that later. It's probably not the most difficult part to change. Alright, that is all of these one tile gaps. So these are necessary for the water pumps. Eventually we cannot do nothing about those. That's already starting to look decent. I think maybe it's done actually. Maybe we are done. No, we need to fill in this tiny gap still. Should we do like a decorative underground pipe? Everybody loves decorative Nobody loves decorative underground pipes. Only I love decorative underground pipes. But this is my playthrough, so I'm going to add them. Oops. The water. Deleted the water again. It would be quite handy to install water fill for just this design work. At least you can just put back the water. I think that looks better. Did you do radars? No, I did not do radars. Oh, that sucks. That's going to break up some of the pattern here as well. I also did not add radars to the skeleton thing. Alright. So now the scary part, I guess. Scary part where we deconstruct all of this. And then we just re-blueprint all of this. And since we only added landfill and did nothing else, except of course the decorative underground pipes. Did I do that right? Kinda looks like I did. Right, water pumps are there. Alright. So this spans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 chunks. That is a lot of chunks. Alright, we still need to add radars as well. Can we do something clever with radar design? I don't really think so. Side by side of the old one. Alright, let's get a side by side of the old one. Old one skeleton. Oh, that's gonna connect. I guess that's alright. It's just a couple tiny wires over the water. Old one, reactor. Alright. That's the old one and the new one in one shot. I'm warming up to the new one. Looks like the nuclear fuel in my brain starts to work. It's heating up the system. Perhaps it does look better. It's not even that much wider, is it? It's like, you know, it's like 7... Yeah, it's like 35 tiles wider. It's like one chunk and a bit. One chunk and a bit wider. Yeah, 35 tiles, I guess. 34 tiles, perhaps. Okay. Worms. Okay. Cannot really go up much more. Just for a quick scope, how this would fit in the current map. I guess it does just fit on the end, so we don't really need to worry about that too much. Since the island, since the water thing is gonna be... where's the water thing gonna be? Is it in that strange area over there? The water thing is in those horizontal beams, right? Okay, actually I didn't place it. Okay, actually that's a little bit cheaty because this is the actual map which I'm exploring, but I just need a little bit more space over here. We also need to delete these worms and just throw down some more water, I guess. Holy moly, this is taking a while. Alright. And then we'll have to drain in some water again. Alright. So let's try to make the final blueprints if we can. First of all, we need a blueprint of the landfill. So let's blueprint this. And we'll do only tiles and nuclear reactors. Let's just delete everything, re-enable nuclear reactors. That should be landfill without nuclear reactors. Okay, how did that go wrong? I don't know. Tiles. Raiders are still missing. Right, yeah. That is true. Okay, let's delete the old one for now. So how I just deleted the old one. How are the raiders done in the old one? They also kinda not aligned to the even grid and their odd entities and all that kind of stuff. So those were basically at the top end of the substations, which means somewhere over here. I guess we could probably just paste the radar on top of that reactor. That's maybe not the worst place for it. Oh yeah, I still need to fill in these, right? I almost got rid of my decorative. Okay, this is the wrong blueprint. That is why the decorative underground pipe is not there. Don't think I'm gonna get rid of my decorative underground pipe. Right, so that's one. This is very far away. On the other side, two. Good to see that the decorative underground pipe spawned in on this side as well. Okay, it's also got to be on this side though. And it's also going to be aligned with the top. So that's actually over here. It is slightly annoying. It does connect to the bottom, but not to the top. This is something we will have to live with. So I cannot connect it to here. Because there's a 4-tile gap, and if I connect it to here, the next one is going to misalign over here. So I need to put it down here. So it's aligned with the top of the substation here. This substation pastes right on top of this substation. So this substation with radar has to fit on top of this substation with radar, like so. Alright, now we basically have to try to... I guess we'll do every 3 chunks. 1, 2, 3. Then it's 1, 2, 3 to the reactor again. 1, 2, 3, radar. 1, 2, 3, radar. Alright, that is maybe not great. This has to remain free, all this stuff. Can I do the different? I think I can do the different. I don't need every 3 tiles, I can do it a bit further. Perhaps we can throw radars down No, we have only 2 tiles of space between those. How the heck did I do that on the old ones? There's the old one. Yeah, there it was probably enough to span the raiders out. That's probably not gonna do it here. What's the closest area where we have... What is the closest area where we have like space? That's over here. Is this gonna show the nuclear reactors? It is, alright. Okay, it's gonna overlap one even. Okay, so that's still good. That is still good. Alright. So if we're gonna align a radar here, one on the bottom, the top of the substation again. Then perhaps we just should fill in this line of landfill due to the radar. I don't know, we can do that later. It's easier to place landfill than to delete it, so let's make the blueprints first without the landfill in place, and we can change it to with landfill pretty easy. It's pretty hard to delete the landfill again though. Alright, and then we'll just do the same on this side. Where did I do it? Right behind the pumps, so here right behind the pumps as well. Again, let's align it to the top of the substation. And here as well, align it to the top of the substation. Okay, so far so good. That should give me radar coverage on the entire thing, I think. That's just the problem with this design is I don't have space anywhere for putting down one of those testing things, the electric energy accumulator. Now the radars are turning. Okay, let's get rid of those radars so that does not overlap. Okay, it reveals the entire square, so that is good. I think that is enough radars. How many did I have in the old one? Does it really matter? Yeah, also like 4, so that's okay. That is okay, 4 radars. Question is, if we paste multiple on these together, do I want to connect this? But there's also no landfill here. So that is... This corner is not landfilled, which is why this is nicely diagonal. Kinda like that touch, so I think I'm just gonna keep the radars like this on separate islands. Even here, I guess. And we're gonna accept this super tiny lake here. Right, that's the radars done as well, right. I think we're almost there, almost finalized. A B. Alright. Right, did I forget anything, anybody? The substations on the very edge are also decorative, yeah, that's true. But they also function as a nice connection point to the mainland, and they kind of finalize this zigzaggy design. Every time something changes, we get a zigzag. We've got the reactors, and then the zigzag, the heat exchangers, and then the zigzag, where it turns into the steam turbines. And then we just zigzag the end as well. And we can just easily connect it to a mainland power line later on. It's like so. Put the long power lines on the outside. Everything is covered, that is definitely true. How does that look if we do that? I need to wire it up. Will it change the... No, that's alright. I think I won't do that. I will need to bring yet another component in that case. Now it's only substations. We'll see, I can maybe do that for one of them where I will connect it eventually. We'll see. I think I'll keep it as substations for now. I kind of want to get the blueprints done now. Alright, so first of all, we're gonna just create a general landfill blueprint. And we also want nuclear reactors. Oh, I deleted the landfill here as well, I see. Okay, it's my own fault. Create blueprint. Right, so now I have to do it like a 5x5 since the landfill is there. And we have these special squares for the radars. So I snap this to grid. I need a relative position, the height needs to be 50. Nuclear reactors are sticking out the most now. Shift click here and then hope for the best, I think. I cannot zoom in on this. Alright. That is something. Let's try that out. If I do... I need to shift click for the blueprint. Okay, that seems to work. We've got the radar patches up here, up here, up here. Here and here and here. That does look a little bit off, but I think for now we can always fine tune this later. I think for now this is alright. Okay, so we don't have that option anymore to do just the one single column of landfill, since the 5 columns are not exactly equal anymore. The 5 columns are now different. Alright, so that blueprint is, I guess that's done. If only I could find it now. It's this one. So this one is going to be the new landfill blueprint. 16,000 landfill and 24 reactors. 4 are going to be the extra add-ons anytime. I guess I could delete those out of 4 from this alignment blueprint. Since this one is just to show where the stuff is going to go for this section of the blueprint, so that is going to be okay. That's going to be the landfill blueprint. Right, that is 2 of the blueprints done. So now we can do the skeleton on top of that. Right. I did 2 copies of this. So if I do the skeleton like so, that does fit. Is the pattern preserved? Pattern is preserved. Now it's really a skeleton, yeah, with the dressed out landfill thing. Right, we need to add the radars to the skeleton. Those we missed last time. So I guess we just make a giant blueprint of this. Delete everything except for the radars. That should then fit neatly only in one way on here, like so. And then we update the skeleton blueprint with the radars. And that one should be complete as well. Actually, no, wait, ho, stop. forgot we had the landfill already on the north side. I have to get rid of that other landfill, so let's do a new one. Let's chunk align this one as well. Alright. Now we'll do the skeleton on top of that. New skeleton. Is it already? Right, the new skeleton should not have landfill. I already accidentally overrode that. Right, so now we can include the new skeleton. It should only fit one way, right? Yeah, that looks alright. Now we can again update the new skeleton with the landfill, if we want to. Do we want to do it with the landfill? I don't think so actually. We have the landfill separately, so I guess we'll also snap this to the grid with a height of 50 as well. Trying to align that with a super precise mouse click. And we have to check the relative box. That should be the default box in my opinion. Alright, that seems to line up. If we did another one. Okay, so that's done. Oh, I think we're almost there. That's 2 of the 3 blueprints. And then we just gotta do the blueprint of the for the chests, the requester chest. I guess if I place this on top, that fits. That is great. It fits immediately. So now we just make a new blueprint with these tiles. Without the raiders, I should delete the raiders from this. I should just do the 10 by 10. But let's grab the second 10 by 10. This is going to be a precision job again. This tile over here. Go all the way to the other side. And you just gotta go like 10 tiles high, like so. Alright. We also have to snap this to a grid, which is 10 tiles high. Offset seems correct. We just offset it by 2 tiles, which is the extra height of the roboports. So this is going to be the reactor. This guy. Let's do a square as well. New 640 megawatts tile bubble nuclear reactor. Okay, this one is done as well. Oh yeah, I should put the outer reactors in the blueprint, that is correct. That is correct. This center, this should have like a 4x4 blueprint, or like a 4x2 reactor thing. Okay, we have to just do that somewhere else though. Let's just paste, no, that will mess up the water pumps. Okay, I guess we just delete all of this for now. And we place back the skeleton with the reactor thingies. Then we just place once this new tileable reactor, like so. Then we select new contents for the blueprint. I guess, I think that's it. New contents for the blueprint. Only thing that is gonna mess up the alignment of the blueprint, but we can fix that. Right, so now it has those reactors. Yeah, we need to go down just a bit. Offset 5, the height of a reactor. No tiles. Did I save tiles on that? I think I should not save tiles on that, because we've got the tiles separately. Right, so now if I do this, right? And now we get again the cross pattern, but that should not be the case. So we first have to put down the skeleton in place. I think I do need to put the extra reactors on the skeleton, since they are really a nice visual aid where to place all the stuff. So let's do that. Skeleton gets new contents as well. That's gonna mess up the alignment, but we can fix that. I think I can just do this actually. Start to be better at the stuff. New skeleton. This time with the tiles. That is correct. Alright, so now the crosses are not there. And if we now put this guy on top, it should not override the power line configuration. And we still have that, and we've got the reactor on there. Alright, that is awesome. What is not awesome is that this part should also be part of that reactor thing. Okay, so again, gone with this. We just need a single one on there. We put the skeleton back in place one more time. Hop. Then we put like one of these down. Probably someone in chat already said I should do that. Looks like I already accidentally snagged off. One inserter with my copy pasting stuff. So I guess I'm not gonna include more than this. This is all. Right. That should be the last of it. I remember saying that more often already. No tiles. Alright, that looks like it's correct. Now you will have too many water pumps in the final pool. I forgot about those. That is indeed correct. This is the only one with. Can I select those here? I think that is just too far off. Right. So we'll do this. The water pumps are part of the skeleton anyway. I guess I also should remove those from the skeleton in that case. Okay, here's the final, you know my final things by now. So here's the final version. Okay, so far so good. It fits all of the chests. It does not take the extra roboports. Okay, that should be good. No tiles, still no tiles, please. Thank you. Save. 8 water pumps. Now that seems good. Skeleton ones are fine, really? Yeah, that's good news. Oh yeah, that really helps to properly align that. Yeah, actually, yeah. We do need those. Yeah, that's true. We do need those on the edge. I thought we did not need those, but we do. Right, that is then the blueprints done. I guess I have to make a new blueprint book. It's a bit scary. I cannot do it like so. We have to go here and put it in there. And this can then be named Mike's old tileable nuclear reactor. This is like for 80 megawatt per unit. It can still be useful for when you cannot fit the large one, so definitely not should throw this away. Let's give it a letter O. Old. Maybe just like, maybe I'll just give it like 480. 480. Kinda looks the same like this one now though. That's alright. Now we have a new blueprint book that is gonna contain the landfill blueprint. Right, hello game detective, and thanks for the raid with 6 other people. I'm kinda in the middle of a deep brain thing, so I will explain it just a little bit later once I got my blueprint sorted out and I won't massively screw up the last 2 hours of work. Right, new skeleton, the landfill blueprint. I guess the landfill blueprint also has to have all the reactors, so just for the alignment. They already start to be in different areas. A landfill blueprint. This alignment should stay correct. It does, I think. Right, so if we move this over here, yeah, that is correct. You can not really control Z that though, because of the water thing. Alright, here we go again. Water tiles. Hop, water. Back to here. Landfill blueprint. Somehow align this to this center. Alright, now we have this as well, so that is good. Right. The skeleton is also finished then. It has all the reactors, it has the radars in there. So the blueprint still should not be flipped vertically. That is the skeleton, so that's finished as well. Holy moly, we're getting there. Then we have the actual reactor, which is something like this. Right, that went smooth. No shift clicking needed, everything is in place. I guess I will just switch this on one more time. With the electric energy accumulator thing. We basically only briefly need to power that. Too bad, one tile off. Right, so now water should be pumped in the boilers already. Yeah, water is in the boilers. So that should be enough to kickstart the reactor. Now we set it to power usage again. As much as it possibly can draw. Let's speed up game massively again. So now we can see each of these on the mouse over has 160 megawatts, even the edge ones. The edge ones which are used. And this 480 megawatts is just going to waste. They are just there to make sure the center is doing the 160 megawatt heavy lifting. Okay, we are there. Okay, I forgot. Stop the time. Of course, we also need to pump the first little bit of steam. Okay, that's the first little bit of steam. Alright. Steam is empty again, so now we just final test. It should go up to 3.2 gigawatts eventually, if we speed up time again as much as possible. It's not really possible a lot. Solar Boy is on point today. Maybe every day. He catches every mistake. Alright, from a cold start to 3.2 gigawatts under maximum power draw all the time. If we reach 3.2 gigawatts, we are golden. Technically nothing should have changed, so we should just reach it, but you never know. Always best to test the final design as well before you start to rely on it. Eventually, the last little bit takes a long time because all the steam engines needs to fill up with steam, and only then this pipe gets steam. That is the way it is. Alright, there we go. These are getting steam as well. 3.2 gigawatts, nice. And the thing is, it can reliably produce that. Fine-tuned to 3.2 gigawatts. Fine-tuned to exactly 3.2 gigawatts. And this is fine-tuned to overproduce more than 3.2 gigawatts worth of heat. But that's okay. That just means this grid will eventually go to 1000 degrees and will stay there. So it'll always be nice and bright and shiny in the night. And if anything goes wrong with this nuclear power plant, it will blow up nicely. I guess we can do a celebratory blow up. We have the blueprints in the blueprint book. This is going to be called Mike's new 640 megawatt tileable reactor, and it is kinda huge. So let's do nuclear 640. Well, 640. Okay, and now, oh, I already almost threw this away before I did this. Those are the 3 blueprints we need. Alright, that means we can put a biter here. Let's pause the time. Now we're gonna blow up this reactor. We spent so much time on it. I've had it with this thing. So let's just put a... I guess let's put a worm there. Worms cannot move. Okay, and now I'll show you why you should not carry nuclear weapons in a spider. Right, where's a spider? Spider, of course, is a logistical item. Let's do that. We'll give him 1 nuke. And we'll set it to automatically fire. It is already set to automatically fire. Alright. This is why you don't carry nuclear weapons in your Spider-tron. There goes the UPS and the FPS. Slowest nuclear explosion ever. And the spider is gone as well. And if you were riding the spider, you would be gone as well. So yeah, explosive rockets, fine. Anything else? No. Don't do it. It's gonna go wrong. Teachers are always hit or miss when it comes to if you like spotting their mistakes. Right, if Game Detective Squad is still here, we're basically doing 10k SPM. We finished the starter base over here, which produces 60 SPM about, which gets us into the initial tags. We are now setting the first steps outside of the starter base. We cleared a giant amount of land from biters, so we could keep not defending our base very lazily. And we are now busy on the first step for making some serious infrastructure, which is power. Our starter base is running on this 480 megawatt plant, which is at its limits. At least it is at its limits when we're researching and producing stuff. So before we can do anything else, we need a new tileable nuclear reactor. I had one, but it was deemed insufficiently perfect by chat, so we spent the last 2 or 3 hours designing a new one, which is kinda updated. Was kinda updated. RIP. And we finally got I think we got a result we can be proud of, so I will share this on Discord as well. Alright, there's one more thing I wanted to test. For that we need another nuclear weapon. Right, so let's grab a bunch of landfill. I built this a bit too close. Right, then we just put a boiler on there, I guess. Boilers need water. I guess let's put a furnace on there. We just need to create a bit of pollution here. Not a lot. Point is going to be clear as soon as there's a little bit of pollution. Okay. Okay, so now we can see, okay, I did not fully fill it in just yet. So the pollution absorption value of landfill is 0.00 per minute. That means if there's ever a little bit of pollution on any of these tiles, it's just gonna stay there. It's never gonna disappear, no matter. You can wait until infinity, it's always gonna stay there, it's never gonna change. So the way we previously solved that, okay, we need a rocket launcher. And a nuke. And to get out of editor mode. Let's not die. Right, the way we previously solved that is by blowing a giant crater on the landfill. And now we see that this does absorb pollution. 0.05 per minute, which is not a lot. If you check out a regular water tile. I gotta put some landfill there as well. Let's go back in editor mode. Furnace, coal, iron. See, regular water does 0.31 per minute, so it's 6 times slower, but eventually this will go to 0, right, over the course of a couple hours, like maybe 10 hours or 15 hours once the value reaches 15, but it will go to 0 if you have like a couple 100-hour playthrough. That is gonna disappear. So that was the old solution, to blow a scorch mark on there, since nuclear, it is designed to absorb less pollution. This absorbs like 0.4 pollution a minute, or like 0. Or like many, like 10 to 15 to 30 pollution a minute where there's trees. It was designed to diminish the value, but kind of an oversight, landfill absorbs 0, but scorch marks absorb a little bit. So now this absorbs pollution. Yeah, in my opinion, landfill should just absorb a little bit pollution as well, similar to nuclear scorch marks. But now we've got this design over here. I guess we got some filled in areas over here. So if we just like put a furnace in every chunk. And then we just put some coal in all those furnaces. Missed one. We can kind of get an idea of what is left of the water. How much pollution is this gonna absorb? At least we don't need to scorch mark it anymore, I don't think. Let's pause time. Alright, 0.16, 0.12, 11, 11, 7, 5, 3. Alright, the center chunk is quite bad. It is worse than a scorch mark. 5, 7, okay, the outside edges are quite alright. The inside is not great though, but you cannot really do too much about that, I don't think. Still, eventually it's gonna disappear. It's like worse than a scorch mark. About like, it will take almost twice as long. 0.05 and 0.03. I guess then it is the way to place this in the middle, because if we place this big thing in the center with the landfill, we're gonna have almost the entire chunk filled in. Yeah, literally like a couple tiles remaining, so that is not great. Let's do that. That's probably gonna be 0.00 rounded. Where is it? I wonder if the chart command is still in there. Ah yeah. Ah, it's here. No ingredient. Oh. Wait, what? Ah, time. Alright. Yeah, 0.01. Alright, that is really bad. There's only like 24 tiles left of the water, so the 0.5, there's 1024 tiles in the chunk. And here only 24 are left, 1000 are filled in by landfill. Right, so how many tiles are filled in by landfill in this chunk? $919. Alright, so that's about 10% is left to absorb. Ah yeah, water is 0.3, it's default settings. I thought water was 0.15, but that's like that world. It's default settings, so water 0.31. If there's about 10% left, yeah, it's 0.03. Alright, so that's okay, that's okay. We can live with that, we don't need to blow up our landfill anymore. That is nice. You could still blow up the central chunks though. That would probably not help too much. Okay, these reactors are not superheated, so it is safe to blow that up. Looks like we're gonna need another rocket launcher. Let's just throw it on the ground this time. Another nuke. Don't leave your nukes laying around on the ground. Okay, I still have the rocket launcher. So I'm just gonna like shoot in the middle of this chunk. Run away! Alright, now we've got a scorch mark here as well. Fallout is not a thing here. And now it's increased to 0.5 as well, 0.6 even on this side. I don't think we're gonna do that again though. Let's not do that. We have a design with water, so we don't need to do that. I think we can call this experiment finished. Holy moly. That took a lot longer than I thought it would take. We are 20 hours in the game. Let's see when I last saved the game. It was here. Before we started placing landfill. So yeah, 2.5 hours we spent redesigning the nuclear reactor. At least 2.5 hours. I don't know how much time we was paused or reloading stuff. That yeah, took quite a while. Like predicted. But yeah, thanks to chat, at least we got a design which we don't need to shoot nuclear rockets at to get it to absorb some pollution. Because eventually it's gonna be polluted, and even later eventually it's gonna be annoying that the pollution is just a little bit of pollution left on the lake while the rest of the land is clear again. Alright, I should not really look too much. I'm gonna make a final save. See, just in case I'm gonna need to save. Let's check if there's any important blueprints in here, which I should not have. Okay, we're gonna create a copy of this blueprint as well. So the values are not yet right. We're gonna put it in here anyway. And then I guess let's load landfill shenanigans for a bit. Then we can update the final blueprint with the chest values. Although that's gonna be a bit of a problem because we have the extra reactors. This though, it's not really gonna be a problem. We just need to request the full amount, and whatever is left over is left over. Right, so let's grab a copy of the new book. So I have it here. Alright. I guess we technically can just copy these values for now. Although these are copies as well, right? I got my old one here. Yeah, these are actual physical copies. I will rename those properly later on. For now I just want to put these on the bar. Alright, so now we can mouse over. This one requires a whole lot less pipes. Only 194 and 54, though we need to multiply those values by 5, I think, actually. Yeah, we need to multiply those by 5. So 1000 minus 30 is 970 normal pipes. And we're actually using more pipes. That makes sense because the steam heat exchangers are longer, 16 instead of 12. The underground though is drastically diminished. 270 down from 970, so we are saving 700 pipes of 700 underground pipes, which are quite expensive. That is definitely true. Alright, this was the pipe chest. How is this? This is probably going to be more. Now we're going to need 24 reactors. I think I'm just going to keep the number of reactors to 20 though. The 4 extra ones we'll just have to take manually. We will remember that. But for every next one it's going to be annoying if we have 4 reactors too many because they're so expensive. 64 times 5 is going to be 320 of these guys. And 1200 heat pipes is going to be more than that. 324 is going to be 1620. Alright, that also makes sense because everything has become bigger. Alright, then we got this chest. This is just not gonna fit anymore. We need now 550 of these, but only 480 fit in this chest. 550, alright. I guess I'll just request 70 to this chest instead. Does it still fit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slots of heat exchangers. 1 stack of reactors. Do they stack to 10 or to 20? I forgot. I think I have them right here. Right here? Yeah, to 10. Okay, they stack to 10. So 7, 8, 9 slots. 10 slots and then another 1600, that is 24. Tuck, tuck, tuck. And then 680 of those. Yeah, that will fit with a couple of tiles left to spare. So yes, let's do that. We'll do another. We'll request the remaining steam turbines here. 485, 70 should go in this chest then. And then this chest can just be filled up to 480. That is going to be a full chest. Then the rest of the stuff, we have to look at the skeleton again. That one actually we don't need to multiply. We know what it is. 196 of those here. That had to go up quite a bit. Did we have big electric poles on the old one actually? Because they are requested in the chest, but perhaps they are just there so I at least take some to build a power connection to my new nuclear plant. Blueprint book, old reactor. Yeah, there's no big power poles in there. Nowhere. Right, so that's probably a remnant which can be deleted. Right. So we also have 70 roboports instead of 60. What about the pumps? 24 instead of 80. Why did we go down to 24 pumps instead of 80? This is already 6 pumps. This is... Wait, am I going crazy? It's not pumps, is it? Pumps, I need to look the... This is the reactor. I need to multiply by 5 again. Yeah, thanks, Solar Boy. just in time. Alright. I knew something was off. Alright, 120. We still have the storage tanks, I think. That probably did not change. 8 times 540. We still have the same. I guess we should actually. So maybe. I don't know how to do that. Let's do this only once. 4 reactors here. We'll do 4 of those. We'll do 4 of those. I guess we have fast inserters, 4 of those. We'll split it out, and we know that then once we use the first time this will be requested, then we can manually delete the extra ones. I think that is the best way to go about it. Then we can just keep all these values neatly fitting for the rest of it. Alright, 22 roboports. Okay, let's go again from left to right. It's getting time to go to bed. I can feel it. Okay, I think everything is in there. Solarboy will tell me if I am missing something. I think that's it. So now we just make new contents for the blueprint, like so. And I just will move this physically over to 4 blue, 4 purple chests, 8 inserters. Right. That is the new. Now the blueprint book is updated. Right, so those are in here now. 4 blue and 4 purple chests and 4 inserters and 4 reactors. Those are those 4 reactors which are going to be situated on the outside. So once the entire square is up, these outside 4 and 4 times this is only going to be needed once. And for every other time we paste it, this is just going to move over, so we never need it again. So we have it in this chest instead for once, and then we can delete it, and then we won't need it anymore. Alright. 8 inserters. 4 blue, 4 purple is... Ah, wait a minute. 8 inserters. Yeah. Right. Every last detail should be correct in blueprints like these. I totally agree on that. New blueprint, this one, new contents, like so. Okay. I hope that is correct now. I'm way too slow for this. The pipe numbers are also wrong. Oh god. Are they too high? Huh? How did that happen? I thought I changed that. Right, 270 of those, that I updated. This should be 970. I probably did click escape or something. There were 6 short of 200, so for 5 sets we are 30 short of 1000. Oh yeah, looks like that's it. Right. One more time. Upgrade the blueprint book. I think then I'm gonna call it for the stream. I've been going for 10 hours. We need those challenges of 12-hour live streams. Looks like in Factorio you do it automatically. I could go for 24 hours as well, I guess, with a couple more breaks for food. Right, blueprint book, this one, new contents, this one, save, don't touch it anymore. No wrong way. Really? Is it getting that late? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, it's just the effects of streaming for 10 hours. Right, this one. 640 is new one, this one, select new content. I hope I did not override my old book at some point. Let's place this one down. Okay, this is still the old values, so that is alright. Alright, I have to say, chat, thank you very much for motivating me to update my nuclear reactor design. I am going to reload the world yet again. This one. Because we saved everything in the blueprint book. Alright, so what I'm gonna do to remember for next time, I'm gonna add the nice descriptions as well to the new tileable nuclear reactor before I post it on Discord, but it's not gonna be today. What I'm gonna do for next time is just gonna make a copy of this book on my bar. I'm just gonna paste this one right next to it, over here. And then I will remember what I did, and hopefully why I did it as well. So the numbers we collected are wrong, but that's alright. I'm kinda curious how now this will fit in here. So where is the actual, can I see the actual landfill thing? There's the water pumps. Okay, the water pumps are like the stairs of red blobs. Like the 4 stairs which you can see over there. So those blobs there as well. So basically the edge where it from where it becomes where the water pools become bigger. That is where the water pumps are. So now we have to be careful that we place that correctly. Technically we can place it like so now. I don't want to do that though. I like it when it's completely on the water. But perhaps we have to find a little bit of a new location. Maybe we just go up here or something and just go up like so. We'll see, it does kind of still fit around this island. We can fit it something like so. Yeah, I think it still fits. Is this chunk aligned? Could be. Let's try this out. I need to know right now. It exactly touches the land here. I guess that's fine, then we can manually walk across as well. I think I'm just gonna leave that in place. So in the island it doesn't matter because the island absorbs pollution naturally. It's just landfill which does not absorb pollution naturally. So if there's like, if this is landfill but this is regular island, this chunk will absorb pollution. We will be fine like that. It's a sign, it's meant to be, yeah, I agree. This is how it's gonna be. But it's gonna be like this next time. Zinloos geweldig. Alright. The good thing is, normally if you do these kinds of projects, you know, like where you really spend a lot of time designing a blueprint like this, same for like train intersections and that kind of stuff, those blueprints are justified to reuse in other playthroughs again. I would not want to design a tileable nuclear reactor every single large playthrough I do, because that just gets boring. This is the second time I've done it. The first one you saw and you discarded. And now I've got the second one, and I'm going to share it on Discord so you can enjoy it as well if you want to. So you can type !Discord in chat, you will find the link. There you can also subscribe to get pinged whenever I stream again. I'm gonna stream more often than just on Sundays to get this project done faster. I will make sure I do all the important stuff on the Sundays, but you know, maybe if I feel like it, I will just do an extra stream just clearing out biters or whatnot, because those things will need to happen at some point. Right. Quickly design a whole new tileable nuclear reactor for some reason. I guess we need to put something in between here. So let's give us a check mark for that one. We well deserved that check mark for sure. Check mark. Bling. Right. Let's see how much fuel this reactor has by this time. Oh yeah, actually yeah, we were not in this world, we were in a different world, so time stood still on this planet, but not on the planet we came from. Anyway, that was a pretty interesting ending for some, and probably a very boring ending for a lot of people, a lot of other people. Next time we're gonna build it, and we're gonna have basically infinite power. We can keep stacking those bad boys on top of each other. So that's gonna be awesome. For now, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions, and thanks for subscribing yourself, everybody. And I will see you all next time.